are friends and we hit so hard should learn from the Jinapo brothers. Those who, when it gets to electioneering period and they are assigned to people's you see your life. Unacceptable, and they proceed, and when they finish they will come and pretend like they are brothers. Those who go to polling stations, collation centers to misconduct themselves, forgetting that we are in this together, learn from the Jinapo brothers. Those who lead tax to collation centers to insult, to threaten, yet they know they are members of parliament, should remember the Jinapo brothers represent the hope of this country. Learn from them. The Speaker, that said, I shall rest my submissions by having a bite on the nominee, Dr. Dominic Akurutinga Ayeni. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman has earned the respect of this house. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was on government side, leading government business, there were situations where, as a professional, he even departed from certain positions taken by his side. He got a lot of social media attacks on him, but he stood firm and he stood his ground. No wonder His Excellency, in looking for a formidable but moderate lawyer to mount that ministry, he found him worthy for that cause. He's made his name in the academia. In my early days of practice, there was one case I relied on to make my bail applications and to defend my clients, the famous Tagore versus the Republic. Mr. Speaker, the Tagore case was a case that no lawyer wanted to venture. Tagore was jailed with others, and lawyers felt that it was a radioactive substance. This was a man who took the judgment of the High Court, read through it, and took up the appeal. I would encourage young lawyers and law students to go and read what Apau J, as he then was, said of Dr. Ayeni, where my Lord Apesera said of Dr. Ayeni. He distinguished the law and set us on a new era of criminal jurisprudence, and that has enriched the law in the area of criminal justice. All these go to his credit. Mr. Speaker, when I was practicing in the area of financial crime, there were a lot of times that we clashed at the Supreme Court, but the beauty of the relationship was that when we left court, he, as Deputy Attorney General, came to me to even encourage me that I should continue. And that is the beauty of the game. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him that going into that important ministry, we on this side of the house are watching him closely and keenly. There would be extremists, hardliners, who will be looking for the people's justice. He should remind them that Ghana is a country of rule of law. He should remind those extremists that due process is the only means to achieve an end. He should not allow people to be pushing him here and there. Mr. Speaker, let Hansard testify to this point I want to make. Once upon a time, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, was confronted with a situation where, indeed, those supposed culprits or suspects had really not done any wrong, but some omissions resulted in they having done some wrong against the state. I'm referring to the double salary situation. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo decided to pursue a path to bring down the temperature of the country. Many were those extremists in the MPP administration pushing the Akufo-Addo government to pursue the double salary and even jail them. I remember, as a member of his government, President Akufo-Addo said, to what would he gain if all these members of parliament are sent to court and are jailed? What will become of the politics of the country? This is my word of caution to my respected senior and the law professor. Pursue those who have committed a criminal wrong. No problem at all. But don't pursue political opponents. If somebody has wronged the state, has committed a crime, there's no problem. But do not allow anybody to push you to attack your political opponent. Mr. Speaker, 2013, 2014, I was on this side. Some of us, the lawyers, I remember myself and 3 other lawyers who were always doing our cases, were being chased. Today, file your tax. And they were having issues. They would send us to Yoko. I remember it took Dr. Ayeni to tell those adventurers, to tell those extremists, that these are MPs who are lawyers, don't invade their offices. I remember. There are always extremists. No. There are always extremists who will be chasing you, the Attorney General. Go after your opponent. Let us make getting into government attractive and getting out of government also attractive. Yes. Don't let us create an impression that we get into office only to focus on so-called political opponents. I'm coming to Ora. Mr. Speaker, that so-called committee claiming to be going after loot must be cautioned that committee is unconstitutional and illegal. And I pray that my respected colleague, Dr. Ayeni, after taking office, will review the activities of this illegal, unconstitutional body, bring things to order. Thank you for indulging me, and rest my case and encourage members to support this report, which is by consensus. Thank you so much indeed.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Honorable members, let please be snappy with our contributions. I believe we agreed at the pre-sitting that we are going to have 5 members from each side.
Right now, Speaker.
Honorable Leader, I'm speaking.
Please. Before we proceed, I think that it has been agreed. We'll not argue about that, but we need to talk about it. Going forward, I think we need to revisit this number of people who speak. We have 187, including independent candidates, and quite frankly, 88 members. And so when it comes to debates, it must be proportional. And I think it's fair. I am not arguing about the agreement. But I'm saying that going forward, time immemorial, because of the numbers. Other than that, we'll have so many people who don't have. But I am not going back on the agreement that has been reached. I think it's very important that we say it.
Honorable members.
Minister of Finance, and he worked to the best of his knowledge. He did so well that we all saw the kinds of things that he did until the NDC then left government in 2016. I became so happy with Honorable Atuforsen and continued to watch him as we sat on your left side, Mr. Speaker, when he had this issue of being dragged to court. I had more confidence in him when one day I said, "Leader, this issue," he said, "Hadia, don't worry, it shall be well." And I said, "Inshallah, it shall be well." And it has been well. Mr. Speaker, in the vetting committee, his responses left no stone unturned. He did so well. I just sat and watched him. And there was nothing I could say or think about than to wish him well. Because I know he has that good knowledge. And I know he will deliver. All we need is for us to work and work well and ensure that he delivers for the good of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, from what I have said, you realize that his capability is not questionable. Scrapping of taxes, people have spoken and said time again, especially about the almighty e-levy. The e-levy doesn't only affect those that we think it's affecting, whereby maybe we those here do not care, but I can assure you that it affects us because there is time that your own constituents, in sending monies to their children or relatives, will complain to you about these taxes, which are, I will describe, a nuisance tax. It has been a big worry, and I'm so happy that he mentioned it and has reaffirmed the president's position that that tax will be scrapped. And I think that is a kudos to us of the NDC for thinking so well about the good of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, tax exemptions came to the table time and again. Many a times we have to go through the exemptions and ensure that we took out some of the items that being brought and put amongst to be exempted. And that was very, very worrying. Most of the taxes we need to relook at and ensure that items, especially those that can be gotten locally, should never be part of any exemptions. Mr. Speaker, I will not be done on the issue of Honorable Atuforsen coming up to support and lead. When it came to these exemptions, when we had taxes that needed to be exempted, when even those factories were already in existence, we ensured that it never happened. And I believe that he is going to continue in that dimension. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't like to talk so much because I know you have already spoken to come. Honorable Atuforsen, I wish you the best in your office, and I hope and pray that you are able to work and work as you have always been to the benefit of us all. Not only NDC, not only MPP, to all Ghanaians and to the world at large. Mr. Speaker, who has been presented as the minister designate for the Ministry of Energy, is one anybody at all would like to interact with. He is so highly sociable, very lively, outgoing, a person who is always ready to share knowledge, always ready to listen, and he is so good in his area of study, such that when he gets up, when we were in opposition to talk about the energy sector, you had nothing else to do than to listen and listen carefully to him and learn from him. Mr. Speaker, during the vetting, you could hear the truth and nothing but the truth that he had to say. He knows it for himself that it is a sector that he shouldn't play with, and which he did. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the vetting, he had to come out to talk about the issue of some energy deficits and how there was the possibility of us having lights out, which we don't want to hear about. And when he was questioned, he said it and said it as it is. He wasn't saying it because maybe he was interested in just talking for himself or giving as it is.
Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
We have a report, a 48-page report.
Yes.
On 3 ministerial nominees.
Yes.
We have 25 members to contribute to the report.
Yes.
The appointments committee has to go back and vet 2 other nominees. So I beg of you to please regulate the time so that members will have the opportunity to make their contribution to the motion. That's my pleasure.
Well noted. Honorable Lartey. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, let me also state that at the pre-sitting, it was agreed that a member should not speak more than 5 minutes. That was the limitation placed at a pre-sitting. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to go strictly by it so that we can go and continue.
So, Honorable Lartey, I think I pre-cautioned you and other members who will be speaking that 5 minutes will be allotted to each member. So, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate. I thought it was a point of order on what I was saying. I didn't know it was the issue of time. But I would let it go with him. I can't talk much, or he will begin calling my name locally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Honorable Abdullah Jinapo, John, congratulations. I wish you all the best, and I hope that we will continue to have the lights on. Mr. Speaker, my own brother, Honorable Dominic, has been one of the persons that I have always liked to talk to, and I go personal because of his demeanor. He is so diplomatic. He is such that he will go on to let you understand why he goes a particular tangent.
Honorable,
and I
please
wish
wind up for me.
I wish him all the best. He knows what I am saying, and I know once he's been a deputy minister before, he's going to work better as a minister. My big brother, congratulations, and I wish you all the best, and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's remind ourselves the time, 5 minutes, please. It's not that we are cutting anybody short, but apart from this, we have other business that we will confront ourselves with. So please, let's respect the time. At times, it's not palatable to say, Honorable Member, your time is up, so please wind up or stop. But if I have to do that, I will do that, please. Yes. Honorable Member for Asante Achem Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to first congratulate the nominees. Honorable Dominic Ayine is my classmate for 5 years. So I know him very well and of good integrity. Mr. Speaker, he's a very hard-working gentleman and a very brilliant young man. He's worked very hard to be where he is. When we came into politics, I thought he was not interested, but later he joined us, and he has been a good politician, having served at the ministry as a deputy minister before Ghanaians decided that he should go and rest. Mr. Speaker, I have worked with Honorable Jinapo, whom we call JJ, on Finance Committee, and I've always admired him. A fine gentleman, a fine gentleman. He has taught us a lot of things at the Finance Committee, and he has always lived by his word. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that these three gentlemen that the President has in them, I can only say and advise that they should not disappoint us. They should live up to the confidence that we have in them in order that Ghanaians would benefit from the nominations that the President had made. With this being the note in their new career. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we can all take cue with the time. Very snappy, and he was able to touch all the three. Indeed, he was a teacher. So it is now the turn for a member for Cape Coast South. Honorable members have been given a list, so I'm just going by the list. How will you know? Yes, Honorable Rickett.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion, item 10.3 on the other paper. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would like to first of all congratulate the three gentlemen, Honorable Dr. K.C. Lartey, who is a minister designate for the Ministry of Finance, Honorable John Jinapo, who is going to the Ministry of Energy, and Dr. Honorable Dominic Ayine, who is the minister designate for the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I think at the veteran, Honorable Lartey distinguished himself very well. He said all that he needed to say as a minister who is yet about to go to the ministry. And he did promise to deliver the promises that His Excellency the President had made in terms of tax that we hope to repeal. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Lartey was at myself over 8 years ago. He's been a ranking member of the Finance Committee for, I think, 6 or 7 years. So he's basically been following the Finance Ministry for at least over a decade. I have no doubt in my mind his ability to perform his duties as the minister in the times that we are in. And I wish him all the best, and I know that he will do well. We are all here to support him, to make sure that he succeeds in this difficult economic climate that this country is in at the moment. Mr. Speaker, I'll move on to Honorable John Jinapo, a fine gentleman who is passionate about matters that involve energy. And I think he's followed energy matters for a very long time. I have no doubt in my mind that he is the right person to go to the ministry in these difficult times. With Dr. Dominic Ayini, my good friend, congratulations. The interesting thing is that all three gentlemen here have previously been deputy ministers of the ministries that they are going. So it shows clearly the succession plan that the NDC has in terms of promotion of people to positions. So the places they are going are not new to them. And I know that they will do well. We pray and hope that we all support them to succeed. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Boama.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to sit at the vertice, so I'm yielding to Honorable Kwabena Ponkroma, if he's not on the list.
Kojo is on
So,
the list.
Honorable Member for Takrady, please.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved on the nominations of the President. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the first person we are interested in is Honorable Ba Atoforsen, who is also a schoolmate, even though he was my junior. He's been a very good friend whilst we both came to Parliament, and I believe that the nomination is in the right direction. More so, when he has been a member of the Finance Committee for a very long time and been a part of the NDC campaign. Mr. Speaker, if you take a lot of the pronouncements and so the question I ask myself is that not downgrading our politics? That kind of attitude, is that not downgrading our politics? I believe that it's time that we politicians start making promises that we are sure about the data and how effectively we are going to implement it for the benefit of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, another area, Honorable Atoforsen had made some suggestions which I believe are good, and we need to encourage is by the informal sector being used as pensions for themselves. I believe that is one area he has mentioned, and I implore him that as he gets the nod, you make sure that the implementation of these ideas are effected immediately, so that we can formalize the informal sector. Mr. Speaker, the other area you had also mentioned had to do with the issue of value for money, the issues of investor confidence, issues of employment and entrepreneurship in particular. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of value for money, I believe that is one area we need to quickly look at in a very big way, especially the processes at the Ministry of Finance. In situations where loans are approved in Parliament, and sometimes it takes over 1 year before projects are implemented, goes a long way to affect the real value we deliver or get out of these projects. Mr. Speaker, we've had challenges in this country where we continue to do roads projects that are too expensive, and the value we get out of it over a period of time diminishes, are some of the issues I believe that they should also be looking at. On entrepreneurship, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges we have in this country is the concept of all young people believing and thinking that after school, government will employ them. Mr. Speaker, that is one major difficulty that we've had as politicians. And I believe that investment in the area of private sector, small businesses, medium-scale businesses that Ghanaians can manage for the long term should be one area that government should be investing a lot of public funds starting from now to make sure that we can expand that area, use that to generate employment, also use that to generate taxes for the country. On the issue of the nominee for Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, I worked with Dr. Ayini on the subsidiary committee for the last 4 years, and he has shown to be a moderate. He has shown to believe in consensus, and he has always stood his grounds and admitted his mistake. And I believe that he's one person that, quite frankly, we are all happy he's gotten this nomination. I believe that the House would also support and make sure that he becomes the next Attorney General to be able to do the work for Ghana. Last but not least, I'll talk about John Jinapo, JJ. I had worked with him on the transition at the Energy Ministry, and I believe that since he has a lot of information and he has worked in that sector, all we are praying is that do not come back. All we are praying is that the fuel will flow as that happened in the last 7 years.
Thank you.
And with these few words, Mr. Speaker,
thank you very much.
I support this nomination to go to Sayaka Stratway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's now turn to Honorable Xavier Sosu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the motion ably moved for the approval of the 3 nominees of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen has shown extreme leadership in this House and shown in-depth knowledge in finance and national economy, which I believe makes his nomination one of the finest and one of the best. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that true leadership is revealed by adversity. Mr. Speaker, it would bear testimony to the fact that Dr. Atuforsen was one of the people who was politically targeted. And throughout last year, 2 years ago, he had to endure all manner of attack on his personality. He had to endure going to court while serving as a very, very firm voice of the opposition on the Finance Committee. And Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member for Medina, hold on.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I must sound a caution. My friend said that Honorable Atuforsen was politically targeted. And I think this is not fair, and this is below the belt. To say that he was politically targeted, I think this must be expunged from the records. And because if he's asked to justify why he was politically or the circumstances of political target, I'm not sure the honorable member will be able to justify this. I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. Honorable Xavier, once you are also an officer of the court, I think you do us the honors and withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw that statement.
Thank you very much.
Restate that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen was one of the members of Parliament last year that underwent all kinds of struggles. Let me put it that way. in the face of delivering his work before this very house. But Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that he distinguished himself. He was firm, he was principled, he stood his grounds to defend his position when it comes to matters of the economy. You recall how he led our side to fight fiercely against the e-levy. And, Mr. Speaker, what is good about Dr. Tuforsin is the fact that even now, at the vetting committee, he stood his position to say that definitely the NDC government is going to honor its promise by scrapping off the e-levy and other taxes that he's always stood by. Mr. Speaker, Atuforsin represents some inspiration to young people because he's in his 40s and yet he's already distinguished himself, rising through the ranks to the highest pinnacle of becoming a finance minister. And Mr. Speaker, that is an inspiration to all of us, and I believe that he is definitely going to carry the people of Ghana through and honor all the promises that the NDC has made in its manifesto, particularly when it comes to youth employment. Mr. Speaker, our brother and friend John Jinakbo has also distinguished himself as a member of parliament and also shown very excellent knowledge when it comes to the energy sector, and I believe that he's also going to do very well and be an answer to the energy challenges that were plunged into by the former administration. Mr. Speaker, finally, Dr. Ayine was my lecturer and has been an inspiration to me in various ways. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that in the last parliament, when I led some private bills like the abolition of the death penalty, Dr. Ayine played a key role in ensuring that we achieve that goal of abolishing the death penalty, criminalizing witchcraft accusation. Mr. Speaker, I would want to use this opportunity to urge Dr. Ayine that Ghana still has to sign the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and also work on removing the death penalty from the Armed Forces Act. And I hope that as he assumes this ministry, he will lead the way to make this happen. And most importantly, also work on the non-custodial sentences for petty crimes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I wish him the best, and I wish all of them the best, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It is now the turn of Dr. Gideon Buako. Doc, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion ably moved for the ministers.
Honorable member, may you speak up a bit?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise in appreciation of the opportunity you have given me to comment whose reports have been brought before this House. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministers we are considering today, as has been said by one of us, have all served as deputy ministers in the respective ministries that they are going. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the government led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a government on a reset agenda, but these nominations indicate an upgrade from former deputy ministers to substantive ministers. It gives an indication that, indeed, it is good to upgrade in life as human beings. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Dr. KCL Atuforsin, who has been nominated to the prestigious office of the Finance Minister, is a distinguished personality. He served as a member of Parliament. He served on the Finance Committee. He's been a Deputy Minister for Finance before. So truly, his competence and experience in the ministry he's going to is not questionable. The Honorable Minister Designate came to the KNUST at the time I was a lecturer there at the business school for one of his programs. But Mr. Speaker, whilst we approve the Minister for Finance, it is important for me to note that he is going into that office to perform three main functions as any finance manager will perform. He's going to take investment decisions for the country, financing decisions for the country, and budgeting decisions. Mr. Speaker, it is important as a country, having one of us going to such ministries, to remind ourselves that we need to enter into contracts that the Ghanaian people will have value for money. Recently, His Excellency the President met the President of the African Development Bank and put before them initiatives and projects that the government wants to embark upon. Mr. Speaker, we have been on this curve before, and Ghana in the past have procured some loans for infrastructure projects, and most of these loans have come at exorbitant prices to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, I should like to remind the minister going for the finance minister that in the year 2015, the government of Ghana through the African Development Bank took a loan for the Terminal 3 project. That loan came with an interest of 8.5%, so high for the Ghanaian people. It took the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to renegotiate that interest down to 5%. Also, the initial loan agreement for the Temako-Sombo standard gauge railway project that was contracted by the NDC government that the Honorable Atto-Forson was the deputy minister, came with an interest of 6-month LIBOR plus 1.75%. Mr. Speaker, this was so high, and it took the government of the NPP to renegotiate this down to 6-month LIBOR plus 1.5%. Then again, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, I believe you'll get time for you to debate some of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just begin to wind up for me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that as the minister heads to the ministry to take financing decisions for the country, we must ensure that if we are going for loans, we go for cheaper loans. If we are procuring financing, we must ensure that the financing we are procuring are not coming at exorbitant prices to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, in winding up, I want to comment briefly on the Honorable Minister for Energy, John Jinapo. Permit me, Mr. Speaker.
I give you 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, something that is of utmost interest to the Ghanaian people today is electricity tariffs. I wish to remind the minister that Ghanaian people will be very appreciative if he's able to work to reduce prices on the tariffs of electricity. And Mr. Speaker, just to support what I'm saying with this data, Ghanaians have gone through a lot. In 2009, there was no increase in electricity tariffs. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, Ghanaians paid 10%. In 2011, 8.9%. In 2012, 7.4%. In 2013, 58%. In 2014, 28%. Mr. Speaker, in the heat of doomsday, we were paying 90%.
Honorable member, thank you so much. You get the opportunity.
If you just oppose this.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you get the opportunity one day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So that you can give up your. Thank you very much. Honorable members, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable leader, is the first time.
I want to advise. I just want to advise my colleague. I understand that this is a very exciting time for you, and that's why we were indulging you. But please, when the speaker asks you to wind up, please do so. It's very, very important. We work towards the speaker, and so when he tells you to wind up, please do so.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Ampemnyako.
Thank you.
Work around 5 minutes for me.
Mr. Speaker, I'll try to do less than 5 minutes. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the announcement of the nomination of these 3 honorable members, Honorable Dr. Atuforsen, Honorable John Jinapor, and Honorable Ayeni, was greeted by Ghanaians with a lot of excitement and approval. And in fact, it tells all of us that President Mahama has started getting things right. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that is common about all these nominees, and it is the fact that they are all being nominated to ministries that they previously worked as deputy ministers. In fact, Dr. Atuforsen was Deputy Minister for Finance, John Jinapor was Deputy Minister for Energy, and Dr. Ayeni was Deputy Attorney General. And this tells us something, that if you are given an opportunity and you work hard, one day you will be recognized. Oh, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Opol is harassing me. One day, you will be recognized and you will be elevated to higher heights. And so this is a lesson to everybody, that any opportunity that you get, no matter how small it is, work hard, and one day you will be rewarded. Mr. Speaker, their responses showed clearly that they are ready for the work, and they appreciate fully the task ahead of them. In fact, Dr. Atuforsen stated clearly that he is going to walk the talk. President Mahama intends to walk the talk and to deliver on all the promises that he made to Ghanaians. I was so excited hearing him give assurance to the committee, through the committee to all Ghanaians, that in the next budget, Ghanaians will see the repeal of those taxes that we spoke against when we were in opposition. That e-levy will be abolished, that betting tax will be abolished, and others. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Atuforsen made rather an ambitious promise that he aims to work hard to bring inflation down to 8% plus or minus 2. Noising to over 50% under the previous administration. It is quite refreshing to note that that is one of his targets, that he will bring down inflation to a single digit. We know that inflation came down to around 20-something%, but if that is one of the targets of Dr. Atuforsen at the ministry, then it is very encouraging, and I believe all of us will work hard to support for the realization of this. Mr. Speaker, he explained the 24-hour economy, and contrary to what the leader said, that he said he's going to be only about the real sector, that was not his response. He said we will focus on the real sector. In fact, the NDC, have stated clearly that selected public institutions with large customers like DVLA, like the Harbour, like Passport Office, will all be under the 24-hour economy, and it will help create a lot of jobs for us. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Ayeni has demonstrated to the admiration of all of us in this House that he knows the subject, he knows law, and that when he worked at the Attorney General's office, he really learn, and he's going to bring that to bear in the execution of his duty. I admire Dr. Ayeni for one thing, that he is a very principled man. In fact, he took certain positions that were unpopular to those of us in his party, but he stood by them and said that with my background and everything, this is what I believe should be done. This is the man that is going to the Attorney General's department. And so when the minority leader was appealing that he shouldn't go and persecute political opponents and all that, I can assure him that the man going to this office is principled, and he has also demonstrated that he's ready to help us solve the energy challenges. He said something about power purchase agreements, and I was so happy with that response, because an erroneous impression has always been created that it was wrong for us to have take or pay clauses in power purchasing agreements. But he demonstrated that even succeeding governments after him signed about 6 agreements that also included take or pay clauses. Thank you very much. So I encourage all of us to approve these nominees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable John Darko.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity given to me to support the motion for the approval of the 3 nominees in the persons of Dr. Dominic Ayeni and Honorable Kesel Atuba Forsen. In the case of Honorable John Jinapo and Dr. Ayeni, I had the opportunity to put some few questions to them during the vetting, and I believe their answers to the questions are out there. I believe the jury is still out there on whether their answers were satisfactory or not. But Mr. Speaker, I did not get a chance to ask the Finance Minister nominee 1 or 2 questions that I had, and I want to bring that to the fore. Mr. Speaker, when the Finance Minister nominee, Honorable Dr. Atuba Forsen, appeared before the committee, he presented a CV, which I went through. Mr. Speaker, when I went through the CV, I saw that the Honorable Finance Minister nominee has stated that he was once the director of a company called Protect Integrated Services Limited in the UK. Mr. Speaker, when I tried to search on the company, I realized that Honorable nominee's dates in which he claimed he was a director showed that he said he was a director from 2003 to 2005. The search at the UK's company registry, which is on the internet, shows that that company was actually set up in February 2005. I also realized that when you go through the company's record, Honorable Minister nominee's name wasn't there as a director, contrary to what he has stated on his CV. And then a search also showed that that company was liquidated sometime in 2009. I mean, this is going to be a Minister of Finance for the country. And I was wondering how somebody who is going to run our country will become a director, is going to run our finance ministry, was once the director of a company which has been folded up. And then the fact that the date in which he claimed he was a director clearly shows that he wasn't a director at the time. He was a director. The company was actually set up in 2005 when he said that he was a director in 2003 to 2005. So, Mr. Speaker, if it's a mistake, we would like to have the Honorable Minister nominee to come and clarify that.
Hold on. Yes.
Thank you. Practice in the UK business. Initially, you don't register it. There are few businesses that start as registered businesses. You start under a concept known as trading act. So you trade as a particular name, and you do business until the business is well established to a point where you can now go and formally register that name as the business. So he started trading as that name and worked for about 2 years, after which he then went and registered the company. The records are there. You don't understand the concept, you can Google it, trading as, and you will see it, that is a very common practice that is encouraged in the UK. And so this business was conducted in the UK, and that is how it started. That is why at the point that you are talking about, it wasn't registered, but it actually was an existing business. Go and check. Just Google it on your phone. You will see that in the UK, it is a common and accepted practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable, you may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, very specific point of clarification.
No, I'm not giving you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, that's a clear misinformation to the House, Mr. Speaker, on UK company law and practice.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Let me give the opportunity to the chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is observable from the fact that members get up without catching the eyes of the Speaker, then they will put on the microphone. Mr. Speaker, they have gone through an orientation. So this habit can no longer be entertained in this House. So once again, members should take note that by practice and convention in this House, you get up until you catch the eyes of the Speaker. You do not put on your microphone. It's not looking good. We've gone through the orientation exercise with them. So I don't want to see this reoccurring.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable John Dako, you may continue.
Saying the company, the registered company that we know, which is the Protect Integrated Services Limited, was registered in 2005. I don't care what my learned colleague on the other side is saying, that you have to operate the company at a particular or for a particular period before it is registered. I think that it is inaccurate. What we are dealing with is a registered company, and that is what he has provided to this House and the people of Ghana, that he was a director of that company, Protect Integrated Services Limited, from 2003 to 2005. If it's a mistake, he should come to this House to come and correct it. This is a House of record. He is going to be the Minister for Finance, and it is important that some of these things are corrected. Mr. Speaker, on that I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. You take the last from the majority side, from Honorable Yusuf Suleimana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that is before us this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the three gentlemen that have been nominated and vetted are really assets to this nation. Mr. Speaker, we all know Honorable Atuforsen. We are aware of his humility, somebody who is very focused,
very diligent, when he was vetted. His responses were asked. The Speaker, when he was asked on the issue of tax exemptions, he was clear that we should give tax exemptions to companies that really deserve it, and that we should be fair in giving out these tax exemptions. And that, for me, is something that we all have to take into consideration. And this is a person that needs to occupy this very important position so that he will demonstrate fairness and not be biased. Mr. Speaker, let me also touch on my own brother, my younger brother, Honorable John Abdullahi Dinapo, a young man with vision, a young man who has demonstrated competence, a young man very knowledgeable when it comes to energy and finance, a young man who is able to give us assurance that Dumso will be a thing of the past. We have just inherited Dumso, something that the John Mahama administration had worked to resolve. We inherited it from you. And this young gentleman gave us the hope that Dumso will not resurface in this country. And he has taken pragmatic steps to ensure that we don't sleep in darkness. You don't sleep in darkness. And so you should begin clapping for him. You should begin clapping for him. That the mess you have caused this young man, a visionary leader, has given us hope. And these are the kind of people that we expect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to put into very strategic positions like this. And so I call on you unanimously to approve these men of integrity so that the mess that we have inherited, they will be able to resolve that for us. Mr. Speaker, lastly, because I don't want to take so much time, Dominic Ayeni. When the name is mentioned, people shiver. This is a man that we all know. His credibility level is high. You can compare him to other outgone attorney general and what have you. You can compare them and you see the difference. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dominic Ayeni, a lecturer, an experienced lawyer, in fact, some of us seated here are even his students. I can see some of them seated there and listening. This is a man who taught you, and you know his worth. And that's the man who's now coming to lead you when it comes to issues of law and issues of courts in this country. I think you should be clapping for Mama for giving you such a respected person that even in the international front, when he speaks, it brings credibility to Ghana. And so, once again, I want to call on you.
Thank you.
To rise up and give a unanimous approval to this young man to save us from the position that we have inherited.
Thank you.
God bless you all. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Lastly, we will listen to Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the NDC has a knack for three wise men. When President Mills was in power, he had his three wise men. And President Mahama appears to have started off with his three wise men, our brothers who have been nominated and who have performed creditably when they appeared before the Appointments Committee. Dr. Ayeni was Deputy Attorney General. When I was called to the bar, he actually handed me my qualified certificate of law. I'm responsible for justice. And Mr. Speaker, justice is a subject that across the country, many people still look forward to. Court infrastructure, residences for magistrates and judges, the kind of budget that must go there, the availability of lawyers for legal aid to ensure that justice is done in the nooks and crannies of this country. These are things that we expect Dr. Ayine, in addition to other functions, to pay attention to, and we wish him well. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable John Jinapo, our brother, is well versed in the subject of energy and finance. He has offered a lot of explanations about take or pay and things that have gone on in the past. Mr. Speaker, no matter the explanations you give, and I speak as a former member of cabinet, there are a few lessons that we can share with our colleagues. No matter the explanations that you give, what the people of Ghana are waiting for is that fuel prices don't go up, the electricity prices don't go up, that fuel is available at the pumps, that the lights don't go off. We wish our brother well, and we hope he delivers in that area. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Atuforsen spoke about 4 things that I want to briefly comment on. One was on raising revenue. The Honorable Dr. Atuforsen says that his target is to move tax to GDP ratio from 13% to about 18%. That's about 500 basis points. Mr. Speaker, 1% of GDP is about 10 billion Ghana cedis. So to move it from 13 to 18 is about 50 billion Ghana cedis. At a time when, as we have agreed across the political divide, some tax handles should be removed. E-levy, COVID, betting. E-levy and COVID alone, nothing less than 20 billion. So what he's promising us is that he's going to take away about 20 billion from the revenue handles, but still grow it by another 50. We are hoping that he will do that without intro taxes. And whatever he will do in that 18% of GDP works well for all of us. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about expenditure cuts and says that he's committed to it. On this side of the House, we had already advertised that we are looking forward to about a cut of 3% of GDP. So we'll be looking forward to the expenditure cuts that he will present in his first budget, and we'll help him to achieve it. However, Mr. Speaker, whatever cuts we do, we should ensure that quality of projects are not being sacrificed. We should expect that ongoing projects that are delivering value to Ghanaians are not sacrificed. Yesterday, the Honorable Agoja at his vetting mentioned that commitment on roads is about 100 billion. That means about 100 billion worth of road projects ongoing. These cuts, we are hoping, will not lead to a stop of the major critical road and other infrastructure projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, the third thing he spoke about, which I want to briefly comment on, is debt management. That under his administration, they will do better in debt management. At the same time, he's considering taking some more money from the IMF. That's not a grant, that's debt. What is that debt going to do? Worsen our debt situation or improve it? So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be looking forward to these things and helping our brother to achieve those objectives. And finally, the respected minority leader drew attention to the fact that when the president issued the EI on the ministries, he said Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. But when he issued the communication to the speaker, he said Minister responsible for finance. We will urge our brother to avoid the trap of creating the impression that he's responsible for the economy. The minister responsible for fiscal policy, the minister responsible for finance, like my brother Ricketts knows, is the minister responsible for fiscal policy, not the whole economy. There are external economic developments that he doesn't have control over. There are things happening in the monetary policy space that he doesn't have control over. There are real sector economic issues in other areas that other ministers will be taking decisions and impacting the economy. He doesn't have control over that. So from our lessons, we wish them well. We will give them all the support that we can. If it works well for all of us. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, we will support the motion that our brothers be approved to take up their position. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 13. Yes. Yes. The person is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it is obvious, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has adopted His Excellency the President's nomination of Honorable Dr. Kisel Atoba Forsen as Minister Designate for Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. Honorable John Abdullah Jinapo as Minister Designate for Ministry of Energy. And Honorable Dr. Dominic Akulintiga Ayini as Minister Designate for the Office of the Attorney General. And honorable members, on behalf of the House, I would like to extend our congratulations to our own brothers in this House, and we hope that they will make us proud. Yes. Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. As the mover of the motion, I want to use the opportunity to thank the Appointment Committee and the entire House for adopting the report of the unanimous decision of the committee by consensus. Right, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the nominee, I sincerely thank the entire House. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leadership. Leadership. Yes.
We intend to go and continue the vetting of the president nominees. And I think on that note, we will ask that you suspend the House for us to allow the appointment committee to do that work. And then we can come back with the second report. That was the agreement.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. But are the reports not ready?
Speaker, I disagree with him. Respectfully, I disagree with him because we had conclave, and Speaker, two very important statements have been admitted, and it's important we allow members to read their statement. At this time, yes, it's important. They are equally important. Speaker, so you were not at conclave, and you admit that you were not there. Good. So Speaker, we should rather proceed to take item 8, after which we can decide on what next.
House Speaker, indeed, that was the agreement. I wasn't there, but it's been agreed that there will be a statement taken, and then 2 statements. Yes, thank you.
Very well, honorable members, let's turn to page 2. Page 2 in today's order paper. Page 2. Item listed 8, statements. The first statement is from our colleague from Suhum, Honorable Bequin Frank Asiedu,
Mr. Speaker,
yes, let's hear you. I was going to talk about the topic, but I can't see the headings well, so you can go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to join on your re-election as a Speaker for the 9th Parliament.
As second Deputy Speaker. Yes, go on.
Welcome you back to the Speaker's chair. Mr. Speaker, permit me to also thank the illustrious sons and daughters of Suhum constituency for electing me into this August House, and I promise to serve them. Mr. Speaker, I am fortified by Orders 93 and 67 FF, and to thank you for the opportunity to highlight a matter of growing importance in global public health, namely the human metapneumovirus, HMPV, and how Ghana can strengthen its surveillance and preparedness efforts in response to this virus. HMPV is a respiratory virus known to cause symptoms often to the common cold, including a stuffy nose, cough, shortness of breath, sore throat, fever, and occasionally rash. While HMPV typically presents with mild illness, it can be more severe in young children, adults over 65 years, and individuals with weakened immune systems, which can result in mortality. Of the symptoms we observe with COVID-19, why testing and proper diagnosis are essential. HMPV spreads primarily through respiratory droplets, via coughing, sneezing, and close physical contacts such as shaking hands, hugging, or kissing. It can also be transmitted by touching objects or surfaces contaminated by the virus, and then touching one's eyes, nose, or mouth. Recent data from the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention up to the 29th of December 2024 indicates notable increase in common acute respiratory infections, including those caused by seasonal influenza viruses, respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, and human metapneumovirus, HMPV. This trend serves as a warning sign for countries around the world to enhance surveillance and be ready to mount a timely response. Ghana must draw on the lessons we learned during COVID-19 to protect our population. We must draw on the experience of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's administration. These included the critical role of robust surveillance systems, widespread testing, clear public health communication, and the readiness of healthcare facilities to respond to spikes in respiratory infections. The Ghana Health Service and all relevant public health authorities should work in tandem to strengthen surveillance, enhance public awareness campaigns, promote preventive measures, and maintain readiness of healthcare facilities. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Ghana Health Service. I therefore draw government's attention to this and to further advise it to give these state institutions the needed support to be able to handle the situation. Mr. Speaker, experience with COVID-19 underscores the critical importance of vigilance, preparedness, and swift response. HMPV's similar symptoms to other respiratory infections means that our surveillance efforts must be comprehensive and well coordinated. By investing, we can safeguard our citizens, preserve their health, and sustain productivity. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon us to assure the Ghanaian public that we stand ready to address any emerging threats to our nation's health with appropriate planning, clear communication, and collaboration across sectors. We can effectively manage HMPV and any future respiratory viruses as we think our people deserve a health system that is resilient, proactive, and committed to protecting the well-being of all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Honorable members, I have another statement. I want us to take that one as well. Then I will invite members to contribute. You may decide to contribute to which one you are interested in. So let me invite Honorable Member for Medina to also read his statement on Ghana's leadership in ensuring the full implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, with respect to you, and Speaker, on any day I will defer to you, I want to humbly suggest, looking at the subject matter, the title of that statement that was read by Honorable the Queen, it's so important that, Speaker, this is not to challenge your directives, but I have a strong feeling that if we put the two together, we may not exhaust that particular subject matter enough. So I want to humbly appeal to it, and also while we may end up giving some consequential directives. So my humble suggestion.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the minority chief whip.
Very well.
Because of
Very well. So, Honorable Sosu, hold on. Let me invite contributors to the first statement. Yes. Let me invite today. How many ladies have spoken? No, I haven't seen any lady. So I'll give the opportunity to the two ladies who are up first before I'll give any opportunity. So let me go to Honorable Teresa. Is it Timpani? Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. to contribute to all these important statements. Looking at the statement, the honorable member has done justice to it, but there are some few items that I want to add to the statement. As an infection that mimics pneumonia and bronchitis, Ghana Health Service should take note that when people report at the health facility, they should be able to do differential diagnosis. How do we diagnose somebody who has this virus? We can only do this by nose swabbing, taken to the laboratory, so that we are able to isolate the virus. Because it has the same symptoms with normal pneumonia and bronchitis. So Ghana Health Service has to take this virus seriously, because it's like all the viruses that is coming into this country usually come from China. Though it was 2001 or 2001 in Germany, it is mostly found in the Chinese part of the world. And that we should watch out so that we don't get up one morning and we have to have something like COVID-19 that we have in 2019. Because I have learned from what has just been read that a lot of people or schools are being closed down in China because of this particular virus. What virus are we talking of? The proper name for this virus is human pneumovirus. It's a virus that has to do with your lungs. So when you get it, you cough, and it is serious in children where they have to go through mechanical ventilation so that they'll be able to breathe. It also has to do with people whose immune system is predisposed, like people who have hepatitis B and HIV virus. And that when people have these symptoms and come to the health facilities, it is best to also diagnose or to also find out if they have any of this virus. Again, sitting in this chamber, you can see the sitting arrangement, that we are too close to each other. And I think that we should be looking at a way that there can be space in this chamber where if somebody is coughing, you don't know what is bringing the cough. We'll be able not to infect each other or reinfect each other. Because here, as we sit, when there's an outbreak of this virus, we are going to have a lot of people getting infected. Again, we have to look at our people who are their age is a bit high, like from 65 and above. Because at that age, their immune system is low, this virus easily attacks them, and when they attack them, become more serious than any other person who is at a lower age. Right Honorable Speaker, I will urge the health system, Ghana Health Services, and Minister of Health to take this virus seriously, because we think that it is not here, but we should begin to do differential diagnosis so that we'll be able to isolate it, that we don't wake up one morning and get something like coronavirus that we have in 2019. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. Let me go to Etiwa West. I said I wanted to satisfy the ladies first before I come to the men. So Etiwa West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to my colleague's statement. Although the human metapneumovirus is nothing to be panicking about, the HMPV for short, we do need to take it seriously, and we need to be vigilant. So we as leaders, we're on the ground, so we have a direct impact on our communities, our constituencies. We need to work with the local assemblies to promote preventative measures such as hand washing, try not to shake. I know it's our culture, but perhaps we have to limit shaking of hands or wearing of masks when you feel ill so that we prevent a catastrophe. We'll all recall when COVID-19 started. It was not to worry, not a problem, it's not a big deal, but look how it morphed into catastrophic losses. So we're not trying to create fear or panic, but we do need to be vigilant and promote these preventative measures. And we do need our Ghana Health Service also to implement robust surveillance systems that will do early detection to prevent any crisis. I must commend the Ghana Health System because during COVID, they were excellent in the contact tracing and tracking. And I'm very confident that with this seeming threat, they will also be committed to implement and put in place some robust surveillance systems which will prevent will detect any looming threats and also prevent the crisis. So, Mr. Speaker, we do have a responsibility to be proactive. So that's what I'm basically getting up here to speak about. We have to be proactive and educate, and make the public aware, make our constituents aware of this threat, although it is not, it's been around for years, but it can be deadly in infants, and as my colleague from the majority side said, in the elderly as well. So once we keep the public informed and educated, I believe that we'll be able to prevent any catastrophe that, because we don't want another COVID-19. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, I want to give the opportunity to the first timers. So, yes, Honorable Member. See, Honorable Members, the first timers, please don't be offended if I ask of your name and your constituency. We need to know each other so that next time when I see you, I'll be able to call you by your name. So if I call you and ask of your constituency and your name, please don't be offended. Yes.
Speaker, if I can have the attention of the Honorable Ricketts, available leader. Yes. While Speaker was speaking, I saw your backbenchers. Him was standing, even when the Speaker was speaking. You have to do some work at your backyard. Please, carry your members along. They must come to appreciate that when the Speaker is speaking, we will listen to the Speaker in silence. And that's what our orders say. What do you say to that?
Mr. Speaker, I take note of that. I have just arrived.
Thank you very much. I believe the orientation
says he just arrived. In what capacity? Is it
as available leader?
As an available leader, he has answered you right. Yes, my brother, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I am Professor Titus Bayu, Lambuse constituency. Yeah, and I want to commend my colleague, the Honorable Member for Suhum, for drawing the attention of the nation to this important condition. And I would say that at this time, we should call for calm. There's no need to panic because available data suggests that this is not a very deadly virus. But it is important that we strengthen our surveillance systems. And I have every confidence in the surveillance system of the Ghana Health Service, that we've used it for COVID, we've used it for other infectious diseases, and I can say it is almost foolproof. However, I would say that the call for us to adopt the preventive measures has additional benefits other than protecting us from this virus. We notice how during the COVID, in the height of the COVID, when we're all practicing hand washing, social distancing, and the use of the face masks, we had 0 cholera cases in the country. and zero cholera deaths during that period. That is one benefit we stand to gain if we practice these measures. So I want to call on honorable members in this chamber, as a colleague alluded to. When you develop symptoms of any flu, cough, cold, it is advisable to use the face mask, whether you have been treated or diagnosed of any condition or not. And then I would conclude by saying that we implore the health system, especially the diagnostic services, Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, to improve their diagnosis, to see, just in case we have some of these cases lurking around, so they can raise the necessary alert. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let him now come to Dr. Mahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this statement by the Honorable Member for Sukhum. Mr. Speaker, the subject matter is very important, and I'll join my colleagues in asking that we treat it with the utmost urgency, because we had similar experience in the case of COVID, where we were asked to stay calm, not to shiver, not to get scared, but we were faced with a catastrophic that was declared as a national pandemic or global pandemic by the WHO. And Mr. Speaker, if the House would note, COVID, based on our experience, has led to over 700 million infections with over 6 million deaths. The economic cost of COVID to families, individuals, was so huge. The cost of COVID to Ghana was unimaginable and very burdensome. And I think that we will need to take this issue seriously, and my colleagues mentioned about surveillance, but much more important is the need for us to scale up and safeguard the initiative that the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, took, i.e., we instituted or we commissioned the National Vaccine Institute. This was supposed to wrap up our local capacity in terms of development of vaccine in the case of emergency like one we are facing now, or the imminent threat of HPV virus. Also, we had the Agenda 111 project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, such a disaster, if I may call it, such an outbreak will require that we prepare in terms of the health infrastructure. And I think that this is a clarion call to the President and the Executive to make sure that they wrap up work on the Agenda 111 project, so that if any eventuality do happen, we will be adequately prepared to address that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, since we have another statement and there are other business to also conduct, I will take one, then we listen to the other statement. So let me listen to the one. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Emmanuel Kwesidra, Upper West Achim. This is a very important national issue globally. And my take on this has to do with the fact that we have institutions that are highly responsible for some of these emergencies. Taking the veterinary services, for instance, a lot of research has shown that some of these outbreaks are from animals. Till today, I'm yet to know whether the Veterinary Services Division or Department is under Ministry of Agric or the Ghana Health Service. And I think it is time we start involving some of these very important national institutions that can take control of some of these issues. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to know that if you get to the head office of the Veterinary Services Department, just around this area, how deteriorated their structures are. The systems are failing. And so I think it will be prudent to get the right institutions involved. Sometimes you see the Wildlife Division of the Forestry Commission going around from chop bar to chop bars, checking some of these animals that are cooked at these various chop bars. So if we get the right institutions, for example, the veterinary, that are in charge of animals and other areas that can generate or cause this virus to spread, I think it will be good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. I'll give you the opportunity with the next statement. Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. Indeed, I would like to commend the Honorable Member for Suhum for bringing this statement up and also for alerting this House on this emergence of this new virus. Mr. Speaker, it seems that the whole country and, in fact, the world at large have forgotten so soon the devastating effects of a virus of this nature, bearing in mind the effects of COVID-19, and even have forgotten about the measures that we once instituted to prevent, viruses of this nature escalating to become pandemics. Even though there's information in the media space, as I said, there's very little that's been done. Mr. Speaker, reminiscent of the lingering plagues that many countries have suffered due to COVID-19, we need to start embarking on awareness creation at all levels. And I think this august House should be a shining example to this country. Mr. Speaker, common preventive measures like washing of hands, social distancing, covering of nose and mouth when sneezing can be encouraged and enforced once again. And I would like to repeat that this House can set the example to the country. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that institutions like the NCCE should start immediately with a public awareness campaign to ensure that we do not go back and suffer the consequences and the costly consequences of an outbreak that is mirroring COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Before we move to the next statement, let me say this. The statement is very, very important, and it needs urgent attention. The House have not yet constituted the committees yet, so we don't have Committee of Health. Neither do we have the Ministers of State in place. So let me urge the Ghana Health Service to put in place measures that will curtail this particular urgent health issue. And I will urge the leadership, especially the Business Committee, if possible, if you can plan to invite Ghana Health Service leadership to also come and brief the House. I think that can also help. Yes.
Speaker, just to commend you highly for the consequential directives given in the wake of the statement duly delivered by our colleague, and the directives spot on, except to say that, Speaker, in this House, we've always been guided often by some timelines, especially where matters of such importance has come up on the House floor. So I will further plead with you, if you may, we should give some timelines when the Ghana Health Service will be programmed by the business committee for them to apprise members duly. Timelines will be of essence. Speaker.
Well, I hope the business committee will meet on Thursday to decide the ensuing week. So you are part of the business committee. Let me assign you so that you table it at the business committee on Thursday so that we will invite the Ghana Health Service leadership to at least come and brief the House, and by extension, brief the nation. Thank you. So, honorable members, we are going to take the second statement, but before then, kindly allow me to take item 9AB, item 9AII, item 9AII, the second report of the appointment committee on His Excellency the President nomination for appointment as ministers. So the chairman of the committee, you may lead the report.
Second report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointment as ministers.
Honorable members, the report have been duly laid. They are to be distributed to honorable members. Yes, Chairman.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 97-2. And with your permission, I read. It is under marginal note, procedure for presentation of papers. And it reads, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon the presentation of the paper. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate the fact that it is at this stage that Order 97 of the Standing Orders of Parliament applies, but not at the stage of the presentation of the report of the committee for adoption. Mr. Speaker, the report under reference is on His Excellency the President's nomination of Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja to the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Ministry of Education, and Honorable Eriko Poku, Minister Designate for the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Well. Thank you very much. Yes, honorable member for Menchia South.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on Order 97-3, which reads as follows. A short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation, to humbly request that a short explanatory statement is made to accompany each of the report on each of the nominees, Mr. Speaker, which has been presented to the House. Very respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker.
But have you gotten a copy of the report?
No. No.
Table. Please, let's make sure the reports are distributed to members. And I think I think the reports are self-explanatory, and members are seeking to get explanation or short explanation. But I think the reports are self-explanatory. Yes, Chairman, what do you want to say?
Right, Honorable Speaker. It is for a stated reason that I said I'm rising on Order 97-2. Mr. Speaker, Order 97-2 that I have read to the House. It means that the person presenting the report, if he so desires, can give a short explanation to the report being presented. Mr. Speaker, that is what exactly I have done. Mr. Speaker, let me use the opportunity to say that fresh members of Parliament should hasten slowly. Mr. Speaker, it is in the absence of the member giving a short explanation to the report and the reference that 3 can be invoked. Mr. Speaker, once the member has given the explanation based on the member's own desire, then 97.3 is no longer applicable, because 97.3 states that a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon presentation. In this case, by my own volition, I have offered under 97.2 to give that particular explanation. So it shouldn't be the case that 97.3 should again apply, because once I've exercised my discretion to voluntarily give the short explanation, then 97.3 can no longer apply, cannot be invoked. It is the absence of exercising the right under 97.2 that request can be made. And Mr. Speaker, let me state that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it accords with common sense and reason that it is only that procedure that will have to be exercised in doing so. Mr. Speaker, let me also state that I have been in this House for some time, and I was a member of the Standing Orders Committee, and we drafted the standing orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member for Menchia South.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, this is a matter that accords with interpretation of the rules. I once upon a time went to a lecturer of mine, an English lecturer, and I sought his interpretation of a poem that he had written. Mr. Speaker, his simple response was that when a poem is written, it is not for the author to interpret the poem, but it is for the world to interpret the poem. It is so with statute, Mr. Speaker. When a statute is written, it doesn't matter who was part in the authoring of the statute. It is for the people to interpret the statute, very respectfully. So the position taken by the learned First Deputy Speaker, very respectfully, is clearly misconceived. Mr. Speaker, on the true and proper interpretation of Order 97-3, on a true and proper interpretation of Order 97-3, only three circumstances arise. Under three circumstances that an explanatory statement may be made. Mr. Speaker, one is where the person very respectfully presenting the paper so desires. In the absence of that, a member may make a request and the House may also make a request. Otherwise, 97.3 would have said, 97.2 would have said, 97.3 would have said, subject to. In the absence of the use of the word or the phrase subject to, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, 97.3 is not subservient to 97.2. They are independent provisions of the standing orders. And so, even in the absence of your personal desire, very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, the personal desire of a member may require that you give that explanatory statement. The desire of the House may also require that you give that explanatory statement. Very respectfully. So the statement by the first deputy speaker is clearly misconceived, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members,
And it doesn't matter whether or not a person is a first.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, it is trite learning that when interpreting a provision, the provision must be read as a whole. Mr. Speaker, reading Order 97 as a whole, there is an option for the presenter of the paper to give a short explanation. There is also an option that in the absence of a voluntary explanation, short explanation, the House or a member may request the presenter to give a short explanation. That is what Order 97, 2, and 3 volition have decided to give a short explanation after presenting my report. Having done that, it doesn't also presenting my paper. Having done that, it doesn't lie in the ambit of the House to call on me to give a short explanation that I have already given on my own volition. Mr. Speaker, this is the meaning that we can place on Standing Order 97.
Very
Mr.
well.
Speaker, I'm sorry to say that my friend should take his time and study the standing orders to say that I am misconceived. The clear explanation of the standing order that I am giving is misconceived. Mr. Speaker, the least said about it, the better. Mr. Speaker, I will resist the temptation of descending into certain arenas. Mr. Speaker, I have been in this House for a long time, and I think I should put up a conduct that is worthy and deserve to be emulated, particularly by the fresh members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable First Deputy Speaker, I think you've given the explanation, only that the tail end of it was a bit. You have already given for explanation if you refuse to do that. But like you said, you've already done that. My only problem with where it was the later, the last aspect of it. You've been here, we all came to meet you, but it doesn't matter that a first timer may also have his view. So, so I think we can move on. You have already given an explanation to the statement, but please, I'm speaking. Yes, I'm speaking. So what I'm saying is, with respect to Order 97, the first deputy speaker has already crossed that hurdle. He gave short explanation to it. So I think that one is a... So let me, Honorable Dafiamepo, let me hear you briefly, and then I come to it and you move on.
Speaker, very, very grateful. Speaker, this is a house of records, no procedure and rules. Indeed, my brother, upon the submission by the chair of the Appointments Committee and the first Deputy Speaker insisted that he appropriately invoked 97.3. And the issue is that I was hoping he would have submitted forcefully that there's no evidence of that brief explanatory memorandum being given. I was hoping that he would have insisted that there's no such evidence before the House. But the chairman of the committee insisted that that brief explanation. It's up to this House to decide. But whatever it is, once he submits that as part of his presentation, the short explanation has been given, then my brother should accede that then 97.2 has been satisfied. So there will be no need to now invoke 97.3. It is when 2 has not been complied with that you invoke 3. With all due respect to him. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have followed the discussions on the floor. I respected senior at the bar, the first Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he's done 23 years or more at the bar. His law is solid. His courtroom practice comes with excellence. I respect his views. I believe that sometimes when we are young, our approach may not be the way the elderly would want to approach things. At the coffee area, it's that. But that notwithstanding, colleagues, this is an opportunity for us to manage ourselves. Best practices will require that where you hold a different view, you make a forceful submission and use the word or the phrase, I disagree, with respect. So you never say somebody is wrong when it comes to a debate. But Mr. Speaker, this matter was, but the best way to develop our standing orders will be to tease it out and encourage a healthy debate on same. So it's good that today, or the 97 has come to the fore. In fact, the respected Honorable Ayariga, who sooner than later will assume the black seat, actually took us through some intellectual debate. And I nicely chickened out when I realized that my arguments were very weak, and I found a way to invoke jurisprudence, Mr. Speaker. You know how we survive when things are difficult, so I was going round and all. But anyway, that's the beauty of democracy. So I'm sure Honorable Ahiafo, our respected colleague, Balfour, has taken a cue. Please, it's good you didn't take the matter too serious, but I'm sure in future he would find a better way of disagreeing with you and take it as it is. Forgive and forget. Is that okay? Yes. So you take it that is misconceived, is withdrawn. And in its place, the appropriate phrase is that he disagrees with you. Mr. Speaker, I shall...
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I hope the reports have been distributed. Have the reports been distributed? Very well. If the reports are yet to be distributed, honorable members, honorable member, you need to catch my eye. Honorable member, you need to catch my eye, please.
Speaker, reports have been generally distributed. The leader just walked in. If he
So
hasn't got a copy,
fine. So that's why I just wanted to find out whether the reports have been distributed. Honorable members, may you take your seat. Honorable members, new leaders who are here to take the right side of leadership. It's you, together with the minority, that will help the chair to manage the House. So please, let's bear in mind that we are here to do government business and to work for Ghana. So let's help each other so that once we come here, you'll be able to progress whatever is ahead of us. But before I will invite any member to speak, kindly allow me to turn you to page 2 of today's other paper, item listed 4. Honorable members, page 2, item listed 4. Message from the President. We have received a message from the Presidency, of which message I'm going to read to the House. Nomination of ministers for parliamentary approval. In accordance with Article 78(1) and 2561 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, 1992, I submit through you, Mr. Speaker, the nominees' credentials and records of service demonstrate their competence to support the government's agenda and serve the people of Ghana effectively. Attached are their curriculum vitae and supporting documents for vetting. I trust that Parliament will expedite the approval process in accordance with constitutional requirements. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurance of my highest consideration. Signed, John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. And it was addressed to the Speaker of Parliament, and the names are regional ministers: Posing Charles Ruanga for Upper West Region, Joseph Ade Akwaboa for Bono Region, Francis Owusu Entry for Bono East Region. For the Ministers of States, we have Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boama for Ministry of Defense, Honorable Samuel Nati George, MP for Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations. Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kufibwa, MP, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Honorable Kofi Idie Adams, MP, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Honorable Abdul Rashid H. Pelpo, MP, Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando, MP, Ministry of Health. Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad, MP, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Honorable Joseph Bukali Nipe, MP, Ministry of Transport. Honorable Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, MP, Ministry of Interior. Honorable Samuel Okujeto Abrakwa, MP, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. A.J. Kenneth Gilbert, Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources. Honorable Ferris Kwache Ofusu, MP, Minister of State, Government Communications. And finally, Mr. Isifu Seidu, Minister of State, Climate Change and Sustainability. The list is accordingly referred to the Appointment Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the step taken by you to bring to the attention of the House this communication from His Excellency the President, particularly so when same was signed by him. We note that quite a number of the appointees, the nominees, are from Parliament, and we therefore appreciate the work of this chamber. On our side, we want to signal the government that we will treat the nominees on case-by-case basis. For those who disrespect rule of law and encourage violence, we will have to make a case for them to know that violence cannot be used to enjoy democracy. Mr. Speaker, we are also disappointed in the choice of the President. There are a lot of women on his, in view of the affirmative action posture of the country. We have passed the affirmative action law, and of all these hard-working women, only a few of them have so far been given substantive ministerial appointments. Is it the case that they are matching them for deputy ministerial appointments? That is not right. Our women cannot be second-class appointees.
Mr. President must demonstrate his belief in the capacity, the capability, and the competences of our women. And he must demonstrate that. The Nana Akufo-Addo government demonstrated that women have equal capacity as men. And he demonstrated that. He did that in all his appointments. And the records are out there for all to see. Mr. Speaker, this is Greater Accra. This is Greater Accra. A government should have a representation of all shades of opinion. All stakeholders must find space in a government. In this government, we are not seeing indigenous guns in this government. Yes, we are not seeing. We are not seeing sufficient.
Arise on a point of order that the minority leader, I'm an authority on the rules of parliament.
Okay, Honorable Dafiamabo.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dafiamabo, if you are the authority, then give us the order.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect.
I was just overlooking
with all due respect,
what this side was saying. But if you say you are
arise on a point of order in terms of misinformation.
No, the point
Mr.
is.
Speaker,
the point is.
Mr. Speaker.
Nelson.
On the matter
Nelson.
On the matter, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nelson.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter that the minority leader is taking, it's a very dangerous one.
Honorable leader.
You rise and you speak about tribalism.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dafiamabo. Honorable Dafiamabo, please. I said earlier on. Honorable Dafiamabo, I said earlier on that it is the leadership that will help the chair to manage the house. So if you are speaking and I want you to hold on and you didn't listen to me, then I find it a bit problematic. Because a minority leader was speaking, you rose up. So you conclude.
Speaker, with all respect to the minority leader, the tangent that he's taking is very dangerous. The minority leader, the tangent he's taking is very dangerous for the cohesion of this nation. The president has not exhausted his appointment. The president has the executive authority to make over 7,000 appointments. Over 7,000 appointments. We run an executive president in this country. And guns will continue to occupy a very important and enviable position in this government. So the claim that is made on this floor, this hallowed floor, he must withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. Number one, he will withdraw. He will withdraw because there's no basis for putting out certain information. Mr. Speaker, you must urge it upon the minority leader to withdraw that comment. Second, Mr. Speaker, the business before us. Before you decided to invoke item number 1 on the order paper to, as it were, read the communication from the presidency to the House, was for us to conclude the debate on the motion that has been ably moved by the chairperson of the Appointments Committee, the First Deputy Speaker, and seconded. We have agreed on the number of persons who will contribute towards the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, may I urge you that we conclude that business, because that business is in abeyance. Let's conclude that business. Then the minority leader can have his say and whatever it is on this matter. Then we can bring finality. But may I urge you, may I plead with you that we conclude.
No. I want Honorable Afenyo to be on his feet. I want him to conclude what he was saying so that we. No, Honorable Afenyo. Honorable members, the House is run procedurally. He was speaking, somebody came on point of order. So after the point of order,
Speaker, with respect, if you bear endure me, Speaker, if for nothing at all, I'm in leadership. And in this House, the convention and practice has been that when any of us in leadership rises, at least we'll listen to the person. So will you listen to me?
yes, I want the majority. I will listen to you, but I want a minority leader to conclude what he was saying. Then,
if he concludes, what I'm going to say will be mute. I want to respond to some of the things Honorable Dafemi spoke to. Speaker, I thank you. I thank you for your patience. First of all, I want my colleague, who I know eventually will come into leadership, to appreciate one fact. It's a marathon, 4 years. You are going to be in leadership for a marathon period. You should hasten slowly. Yeah, this temptation of my colleague suddenly getting angry. So listen. He suddenly gets angry, he gets into a certain mood. It's inappropriate. First of all, you made a point which Honorable Dafemi, it was totally inappropriate to say that I am an authority on the rules. The interpretation of the orders lies in the motion of the Speaker, not you. You cannot be an authority when it comes to the interpretation of the rules. That is wrong. Speaker, so he should get that correctly put out. Again, if I were you, when the leader was speaking, I would rather be taking notes. He's made very important points. You are not listening. Take note and transmit same to His Excellency the President. They are conspicuously missing our guns. Is that a fact? We don't have guns in the appointment so far. How many airways are there featuring in the appointment names that are put out so far? You should take note and communicate same to His Excellency the President to make amends. Don't show aggression. Well, you can decide to defend it, but so far the names that have come out, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader couldn't have captured it better when he said guns are conspicuously missing. What is your defense to that? Airways are conspicuously missing. The Constitution makes provision for regional balance in such appointment. And you know this. You know this. And so, our advice to them, you are, and besides the point, is he available leader or is a whip? I don't know which is which. Is he the available leader or is the majority whip? You should rather take a cue and communicate same to His Excellency the President. Honorable, what is it? Madina, sit down. Sit down. He's obviously seeking attention for His Excellency the President to see you. You have lost out on the selection. What do you want to say? You have lost out. Sit down. You have lost out. The names are out.
The guys have lost out. The airways have lost out. You should be communicating this with His Excellency the President, not defending it. What are you going to say? Stop defending it. It's wrong.
Honorable members, we can take things lightly. At times, if you are not careful, we can also instigate certain actions. I think it is the prerogative of the president to nominate ASA. And I know the Constitution also enjoins him to at least be guided with it. If minority leader sees, you have checked. So, honorable member, let him finish so that we can go to the substantive matter. Because these are all, let's minority leader finishes so that we can go to the substantive matter of the second appointment committee's report. Please, minority leader, please finish it up for us.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I shall refer my colleagues to Article 35, 5B. Thirty-five, 6B of the Constitution, 35, 6B. Quote, towards the achievement of the objectives stated in Clause 5 of this article, the state shall take appropriate measures to achieve reasonable regional and gender balance in recruitment and appointment of public officers. The state and its government is headed by the president, who alone has executive powers of state. If you read Article 58 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Constitution. So I agree with you that Mr. President has the prerogative. But that prerogative, as you again said, must be exercised within the ambit of the Constitution, and that is provided for by Article 35, 6B. Mr. Speaker, my observation is well-founded. So far, we have had chief executive appointments. These chief executive appointments to state-owned institutions have no regional balance. These appointments have no regional balance. The appointment to ministerial office thus far cannot be said to have a fair representation. I've already argued the gender imbalance. I've already made that argument. I will not go there. We have Western region. We have Central region. We have Greater Accra, which is predominantly made up of Gans and Adangwes. We have Volta region, generally made up of Evers and North. How many of them have been appointed into this government? We have Oti region. How many from Oti are getting the Northeast? Mr. Speaker, in the Northeast, they are predominantly man-pushes. Yes, it's a fact. Yes, it's a fact. Are we seeing a representation of them? This is a constitutional requirement. It is in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, all we are saying is, Mr. President, check the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, maybe I should walk my colleagues through memory lane. When President Kufuor, listen, please, colleagues, we are not just talking. When President Kufuor was in office, I recall, was it his first term or second term? Mr. Speaker, in his first term, it got to a point during the appointment, somebody asked President Kufuor about this same matter. And he said, oh, he's made an appointment to Upper East regional minister. He said, no, in your cabinet, at least there should be a representation from all corners of the country. Upper West, very well, thank you. Mr. President, at the time, therefore, make sure that somebody was appointed to fill a Minister of State.
Kasim Kasanga.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Professor Kasim Kasanga, therefore, came in to fill the Lands Ministry. Our friends should listen. You have come into government. Any useful comment you oppose, you are behaving as though you are in opposition. Please listen to us. At least when you first made that first mistake of letting a secretary to president write to us, and we corrected. Now today, Mr. President himself is writing. Mr. Speaker, I would plead with my colleagues that when we make comments, they should convey to the presidency. Honorable Defia Meko is now telling us that Mr. President has up to 7,000 appointees to appoint. He said 7,000. So you are going to appoint 7,000
Honorable Leader,
soldiers.
Thank you. You've made your point.
Let me conclude. He is now saying that we should wait. Early days here, the president is going to appoint 7,000 people. So that we are going to have 7,000 appointees. That is what you are telling us. Mr. Speaker, if that is true, then we'll wait. We'll wait for the 7,000 appointees to come, and then we'll now assess them on whether or not there is a true balance. Because I am looking forward to seeing Elwes, Gan Adangwes. I am looking forward to seeing more Kusasis and Mampushes, Gondes, Dagombes in this government. I want to see more of them. We don't want one-way appointments.
Thank you, Leader.
It should be constitutional. Thank you so much, sir.
Well. Let me give it to Comfort. Do you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we have government business to do, but I will respond to this gender and Gadangme issue, because when it comes to gender, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the best that you can clap for. Because when he was starting, he started with a woman as his vice president. And the woman is there to fight for women and hold the door for women to pass through. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promised 60 ministers. And he's supposed to take 50% of the ministers from this chamber.
More than 50%.
More than 50% from this chamber.
Yes.
And we have 16 regions. So if even one region is giving two, it will be 32. So if every region is giving 2, and he has given Greater Accra 2, he has not finished with his appointment yet. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama lives in a Ghana land, and he gives that respect to the Ghans and appreciates the vote he got in the Ghana land. And he's going to do the needful. So please, do fear some. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this story. When a woman is disappointed in his husband, you will see that he assumes talking, everyday talking. What is not even necessary to argue about, the woman will be arguing. And this is exactly what is happening to the MPP.
Thank you.
Exactly what is happening
Thank you
to
very
the
much.
MPP.
Thank
Please
you.
allow government business to flow.
Thank you.
We have the second batch of the nominees to appoint.
Thank
and
you.
The motion has been moved. Mr. Speaker, move straight to the debate. 2 year, 2 year, one leader, making 3-3. Finish. So that President Mahama will get the right people to manage this economy for us. We are ready to reset Ghana. And we are in a hurry to save Ghana from the mess they created. So their plenty talk will not do us anything but sabotage the work of government business. We are pleading with them. They have already exhausted their time, and Ghanaians are not happy, and they voted for us to come and work. So they should allow us to work. Mr. Deputy Speaker, who is Honorable Ahiafo, has been in this house for the past 12 years, has helped the MPP government with their laws, their bills, and he has done a lot to support them. And all this while, we have been carrying all their first deputy, second deputy speakers along. If he has been well trained and respects each and every one in this chamber, doesn't mean we should take his respectful for granted. Mr. Speaker, they should respect his leadership. They should respect his leadership. Today, I'm not happy at all because ever since he became the first deputy speaker, all their plans is they will take advantage of his respectfulness, and then yes, that's exactly what they are doing.
Leader.
If he has been well trained, doesn't mean they should take advantage of that and disrespect him. That's why it will work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, I think the first deputy speaker is fortified enough to go through this. It's
Mr.
part of
Speaker,
the game.
they should stop harassing him. They always want to harass him. They should stop it.
The harassment
they should stop it. Some
for
of
all
us
of us.
will not take it.
So,
they should stop it because it will turn to another thing. They should stop it. The man is very, very respectful person in this chamber.
Honorable Comfort, do you? Like I'm saying, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, he has what it takes to go through this. So, I mean, he's fortified enough to, so, I mean, let's take this as part of the game. Yes, Honorable Member for Asante Achem Central.
Mr. Speaker, grateful. Mr. Speaker, accept that I rise to ask from the chair for direction, Mr. Speaker. I know there was communication from the president, and the leader got up to make a comment on that. So, Speaker, I'm realizing that we are doing a debate on this, and I'll be very grateful if the chair will direct where we are. This should not generate into a heated debate, and I think the comment that was made should not be, and in my view, should not be a harmful comment, and it wasn't harmful indeed, and it has generated into a debate, which should not be. So, Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we curtail this and move on. There are other things that we have to do, and I'll be grateful if we can proceed and end this debate. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable, let's turn to page 3, item 12. Item 12. Motion by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to move the item numbered 12 at page 3 of today's order paper, that notwithstanding the provision of our own standing order 1041, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the second report of the appointment committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers may be now moved. Mr. Speaker, I so moved.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, motion 12 has been moved. Any seconder? Yes, the minority leader.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, motion 12 is procedural, so I'll go ahead to put the question. All those in favor that motion listed 12 be adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Now let's take the substantive motion 13.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move the motion number 13 at page 3 of today's order paper, that this House adopt the second report of the appointment committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I present the committee's report. Right, Honorable Speaker, Idrusu, Minister responsible for education, Honorable Eric Opoku, was referred to the committee responsible for appointment. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after due deliberations and vetting of the respective minister designates, present this particular report to the House for consideration. And Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to adopt the report after further urging the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read by me. Mr. Speaker, I then proceed to look at paragraph 7.0 of the report, that is the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, in accordance of the provisions of Article 78(1) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Standing Order 217, deliberated on the 3 ministerial nominations made by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana. The nominees exhibited competence, extensive knowledge, and exceptional skills in addressing matters relevant to their respective ministries. The committee therefore recommends to the House by consensus, Mr. Speaker, consensus, unanimity, the adoption of its report and the approval of Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja as the Minister responsible for roads and highways. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja currently is the Majority Chief Whip. Mr. Speaker, we further recommend for adoption by the House Honorable Haruna Idrisu as Minister responsible for education. He was the former minority leader. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we recommend that the House approve Honorable Eric Opoku, who has been a long-standing ranking member on food and agriculture. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it's now for secondment. Yes. Honorable Member for Futu and the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, on this rising, I am to second the motion, and I'm doing so. I want to make some few observations. First, to commend the chair of the committee for his industry in seeing to it that we conduct this exercise. Mr. Speaker, the report of the committee is a 7-paragraph report with unnumbered pages. I shall start first with Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, an experienced member of the House, distinguished himself during the vetting process, but outside of the House, had some issues regarding some key policy commitments of the NDC in its manifesto. Mr. Speaker, the NDC in its manifesto made a commitment to Ghanaians that it was going to ensure free first-year tuition for our children going to the tertiary. So in other words, parents, upon hearing this, voted for them, thinking that if the NDC should assume office, the first year, NDC government telling Ghanaians that there is a voice for taking votes and another voice for governing, that when they campaign, they say one thing, and when they govern, they say another. Mr. Speaker, what I was expecting the respected Honorable Harry Nedrisu to tell us was that the government was going to call for the total enrollment and order the universities not to levy the students or waive it, and government was going to reimburse the universities. What are we hearing? What are we hearing? That the parent should go and look for money and pay and apply for refund. Let it be heard here and now. We don't trust your government to do refund. This was an answer given to us during the hearing. The Honorable Harry Nedrisu said that students will receive refund when they apply. Mr. Speaker.
Leader.
Oh, is that the part we are going to go?
I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, is that the part? He has moved. I'm seconding. This, is that the part we are going to go? Mr. Speaker, if you entertain these things will degenerate. Mr. Speaker, he has moved his motion. Mr. Speaker, he has moved his motion. He has an opportunity to wind up. All right.
Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
You move the motion. Please, let's indulge him so that, because we have to move. So, leader, move on.
They so think they are in opposition, where everything they will get up and react. Please, Bojidi, patience. Mr. Speaker, we expected this government to have issued a directive to the universities that don't charge fees. Parents, poor parents, have gone for loans to pay school fees. Poor parents are struggling. Some people have their admission letters. There is no money. They cannot go. And you are telling them that you should pay, so we refund. What of those who will not get the means to go? What you are saying is that if they don't go, you won't pay. Mr. Speaker, is this another form of matricle policy? Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. If the NDC government means business, that it is committed to a social intervention program, such as providing free tuition for first-year students, it should do so. And now, Mr. Speaker, the records of Hansard will testify that when the Akufo-Addo government came into office, free SHS policy was not deferred. Indeed, it was implemented there and now, the very academic year. Mr. Speaker, the very academic year. Mr. Speaker, the government of Akufo-Addo did not defer the implementation of free SHS. In spite of the doubt on the policy, the government implemented free SHS in the first academic year that the NPP assumed office. Clearly, the MDC has no such commitment. It is obvious that they misled the people of Ghana into believing that they would enjoy free tuition at the tertiary level for the first year. Mr. Speaker, what is happening is shameful. Parents are in pain. Parents are suffering. Parents feel misled. The university, Mr. Speaker, the university academic year started in January. If you don't know, I'm telling you,
there's a university in my constituency. In January, the SSC result, the WASI result, came out in December. Students bought admission forms, relying on your first year free tuition policy. They bought the forms. Mr. Speaker, I want this government to conduct a survey in all the universities, all the tertiary institutions. Mr. Speaker, very few students who got admission have so far made it. Very few, because parents cannot afford, because parents cannot pay. And instead of just taking the records, all you need to do, Mr. Speaker, all that the government needs to do is to go to all the universities, all the tertiary institutions, take the records of all those who gain admission, and give a directive that allow them in, and we will reimburse you. Why do you tell them that the students should pay and that you are going to refund? Mr. Speaker, what it means practically is that those who are unable to pay, they cannot attend the university. They will stay at home, so that they will add up to the unemployment burden, and then these same people eventually will have no hope, and they may get involved in some thuggery in the country. Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister of Education designate to take immediate steps upon assumption of office to issue a directive to all the tertiary institutions to forward the total enrollment to his office for reimbursement. That would be a true commitment that he is walking the talk. We will hold your feet to the fire. You think you just campaign, so you've gotten it on a silver platter. You will see. You say we are micro minority. You will see. You will see. With time, Ghanaians will see your true colors, and all of us will see your true colors. You will not have it free. We are going to ensure that we follow every single promise you made when you were on the campaign platform, promising. Today, you are in government. Mr. Speaker, the second point is feeding at our secondary schools. President John Dramani Mahama promised and said was scripted in their manifesto to the effect that they were now going to release money to the head teachers to buy the food items. We are looking forward to that. The nominee gave some answers. We don't want to see anything less. The president said the issue about buffer stock, purchasing food items and distributing them to our schools, that policy was not helpful. So he would give the money directly so that they can buy the agbelema, they can buy the gari, they can buy the tuna and all. So, Honorable Education Minister nominee, if they swear you in tonight, tomorrow we expect you to be at the Ministry of Education. And we expect you again to implement this policy. No bend, no curve. You cannot move backwards on this matter. The head teachers are expectant. And then also, Mr. Speaker, the nominee promised that the many day schools will be converted into boarding facilities.
He committed to that. We expect that you immediately take steps to address all of these. Mr. Speaker, that is that for the Education Minister. I shall now move on to my respected colleague, Kwame Agboja, Governs. Mr. Speaker, Governs Kwame Agboja told the whole country, and this morning I saw that graphic had captured him on a good front page about the indebtedness at the road sector. What Kwame failed to tell Ghanaians was that yes, there was indebtedness, but many more roads have been constructed. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that the Akufo-Addo government made sure that many roads, especially the Eastern Corridor Road, which was abandoned, today travel within the city of Accra, Greater Accra. All of us, we are here in this city. We know how it is to travel, to drive through Greater Accra. We know. La Beach Road was initiated by the Akufo-Addo government. It was initiated, Honorable Member for La, respectfully. Let me debate. If for some reason our administration could not complete, we expect Mr. Agboja to take immediate steps. We want the La Beach Road to be constructed, and we are waiting for it. Mr. Speaker, we expect them to find the money to pay the many road constructors who have done government work. We do not want excuses. We don't want them to create MPP contractors and NDC contractors. We don't want discrimination. We expect them to do what is right in the road sector. And we are waiting on them on this issue of road tolls. They say that they are going to do digitalization. We were of the opinion that they will lessen the burden on Ghanaians when it comes to levies and taxes, because they had committed to it. Now you are going to impose another levy. So, Mr. Speaker, when they remove the e-levy, they are going to look for the money on road tolls. So the value is the same. They claim that they are going to repeal the e-levy law and introduce road toll and even charge more. That is the conflict you are interested in. You are not committed to relieving the Ghanaians of the burden you claim was on the ordinary Ghanaian. I want you, if you indeed committed to the ordinary Ghanaian, don't introduce any road toll. Don't. Kwame Agboja told us that they are going to introduce road tolls. They are going to introduce more levies. They are going to levy the ordinary Ghanaian more. So you take one out, introduce two more. You take one out, introduce 10 more. Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. For Honorable Eric Opoku, and Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude on him. He has said so many things about the agro sector. It is one thing being outside, and another thing when you have control. We are looking forward to he implementing all the policies in the agro sector. His records are there. All that he said during the vetting, Hansard has captured. From time to time, he will be asked questions. The commitment he made to the vegetable farmers, the commitment he made to the farmers, poultry farmers, the land tenure system that he says, oh, he's going to introduce something new. We are waiting. We wish him well. We really wish him well. But he should walk the talk.
Mr. Speaker, this said, and without more, as I rest my case and second this motion to enable this House debate and approve these nominees who, by the report, we have already agreed that it be taken by consensus. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. The motion has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. But, honourable members, irrespective of the time the mover and especially the seconder has taken, I want to regulate the rest of the time. Please indulge me. I wouldn't allow members to go beyond 5 minutes. So I'm giving 4 to each side.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want surprises. Mr. Speaker, I don't want surprises. We've agreed 5-5, nothing will change. With the greatest respect, if we do that, it helps all of us. We agreed 5-5 in conclave. Let's go by it. Nothing will change.
Very well. Please, don't worry. Don't worry. I will take it. 5-5. But nobody should speak more than 5 minutes. Please indulge me. Because I understand the appointment committee, you have a nominee to even. So please, 5-5. 5 minutes. So let me have the list so that I will start from Honorable Member for Boko Central. Please, 5 minutes. Help me so that we all work around this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of adopting the report of the committee in respect of the nomination by Honorable Kwame Governor-Sagoja for the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and Honorable Haruna Idrisu for Ministry of Education, and Honorable Eric Opoku, Ministry of Roads and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we're all aware that these are all colleagues who have been with us in this Parliament and by the constitutional provisions are definitely qualified for the nomination to the various posts to which they have been designated. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the nominees. And in seconding the motion, the Honorable Minority Leader, who appears to have studied the manifesto of the NDC inside out, and who appears to have fallen in love with the manifesto and the promises of the NDC. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as I listened to him, I'm wondering whether he didn't vote for the NDC. Mr. Speaker, he shows so much love for the promises that we made. And every day he commits himself and promises that he's going to ensure that the promises we made to the people are implemented. If he doesn't believe in those promises, I don't see why he is that committed to the implementation of those promises. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to observe that the Minority Leader has fallen in love with the promises made by the NDC. But let me assure him that we have started implementing the promises. I can tell him on authority that the President John Dramani Mahama has already transferred over 101 million cedis to the secondary schools to deal with the purchases that he's talking about. I can show you evidence. I can show you evidence of the transfer. I can show you evidence of the transfer. That His Excellency the President is dealing with the issues in secondary schools. He has directed that food that we had purchased to deal with some other problem, but because of the emergency involving secondary education, he has directed that the rice and the maize be distributed to them. So the schools don't have problem with food. They have enough food. And then in addition to distributing the food to the secondary schools, he has made direct transfers to secondary schools so that they can purchase ingredients that they need to provide food for the students. So we have started implementing the promises because we are people who keep to our promises. Just as we promised a lean government, and we are clearly implementing a lean government. We are promising equity in the distribution of appointments, and we are implementing equity in the distribution of appointments.
Thank you. Begin to wind up for me.
So, Mr. Speaker, we are not reneging on any of our promises. The Minister Designate for Education is needed at post to deal with the problem of the payment of fees by first-year tertiary education students. So if you approve him and he gets to the office, he will definitely deal with this particular issue, which is clearly a commitment that we have made in our manifesto. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I urge colleagues to adopt the report so that we can give approval to the President to swear in these ministers so that they can hurriedly address the question of the payment of first-year university fees. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. Let me turn to Honourable Member for Bosomtwe, Honourable Educhu, the immediate past Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, beginning with the Minister for Agric, a distinguished member of this House, I want to say I wish him well as he proceeds to solve the various challenges that he has outlined and the promise to the cocoa farmers, the vegetable farmers, and all the other farmers. As my deputy the minority leader has said, we are waiting and we are watching. Mr. Speaker, Rose, our minister designate, Honorable Abunja is a distinguished member of this House. From the veteran, there are many things that he brought out that he was going to do. And I think it's a question of monitoring to make sure the promises made will be promises kept. Mr. Speaker, moving on to education, the minister designate said many things. Of course, outlined his party's manifesto and pledging that the manifesto commitments will be delivered. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the fees for tertiary students, I think we've heard a lot about it. Look forward to a situation where universities will at least be encouraged to allow those students who applied to them with a hope that they will not have to pay the fees for the first year. Allow them to come in and not sit at home, because if they don't, they're going to lose their spot. And I think if this commitment is there, it's much, much easier on the parents if the government was to speak to the universities, asking them to give them grace and allow them to enter, and that their fees will be paid. I think it's a better option than closing admissions, shutting the door in the faces of those who thought it was going to be free and therefore applied, and telling them that go and look for money, and if you can look for money to pay, then we'll reimburse you and reimburse your parent. Mr. Speaker, in many, reading the manifesto of the NDC, private schools' participation in free secondary education, I'm waiting to see the fine details. Waiting to see the fine details as to how you abolish double track and keep pre-sec going. Abolish double track right now. All first-year students of pre-sec will have to be sent back home. First-year students of Pokuwa will have to go back home. So I'm looking forward to the details of the proposal. But Mr. Speaker, having said all that, I have confidence in the expertise and the policy grasp of the minister designate, and I hope
They will be able to implement all the policies that ensure that we continue to march forward in the area of education. So much has been done, and I would hate to see us take a step back instead of taking a step forward. So I look forward and expect that public school transformation will continue, that the middle class of Ghana, who are working so hard to find money to pay the fees of their children in private schools, that burden will be eased by creating quality public schools. We began a journey, and I hope that journey will be continued for the benefit of Ghanaians, to ensure that in our villages, leaking roofs will be replaced, and that will be able to create better learning environment for all children. We need to have a Ghana where both from deprived means and advantaged means
Honorable Member, you should begin
get the
to wind up.
opportunity for quality education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So let's turn to Honorable Eric Edemabana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the second report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency President's nominations of the 3 senior members of this House for the various ministerial positions. I would want to respectfully begin with the Minister-designate for Roads and Highways. The Honorable Kwame Gavins Agboja, at the vetting yesterday, discharged himself excellently and displayed mastery over the sector. We are confident that given the opportunity as Minister responsible for roads and highways, Ghana's roads infrastructure will see some massive improvement. However, Mr. Speaker, it was quite alarming yesterday to learn that the previous government that boasted of constructing about 11,000 kilometers of roads in 8 years, all of that was nothing. Leader. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is important.
Honorable Eric Edem Abena, I have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I would humbly plead with the minority leader to kindly allow me to continue. Mr. Speaker, the previous government made several claims about road infrastructure and the road networks that they constructed. But at the vetting yesterday, it was revealed that less than 700 kilometers of roads were actually constructed. And I think it is important for us to place these matters on record. I am confident that the Honorable Minister-designate, who was a very active ranking member on the sector in the previous parliament, will be able to discharge his duties very well and ensure that all the road infrastructure that we promised the good people of Ghana, President Mohammed's government will see to these roads being constructed, especially the road from Denu to Ho, which also passes through my constituency, and also
of the minister designate. I would want to plead with him to make that road a top priority in his ambitions for the sector. The second nominee happens to be the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who has been a mentor and a big brother since his days as a student leader. He was National Youth Organizer of the NDC, and since his coming into this August House, we can all bear testimony to the fact that he is an excellent legislator, and all the time that he has held ministerial positions, we have seen how he discharges his duties effectively. I am confident that under his leadership as Minister for Education, the sector will see some real growth and improvement. Mr. Speaker, currently, the education sector is one of the most challenged in this country. As we speak today, one of the things that is of great concern to me as a young person and as the MP for a constituency that can be described as a rural constituency is the fact that there exists a huge gap between rural education and education in the urban centers. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a day where children schooling in Begbekope Junior High School can make the same grades as children schooling in public schools here in Accra. I look forward to Honorable Haruna Idrisu leading the ministry to bridge that gap, especially, Mr. Speaker, learning that since 1992, he is the first Minister for Education from the northern sector. I believe that should serve as a motivation for us to do our best to bridge that gap. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in my concluding remarks, with regards to the Minister Designate for Agriculture, we all know the Honorable Eriko Poku. He has become not only an authority, but an institution on issues of agriculture. And he displayed that yesterday before the appointment committee. I believe that the agriculture sector will see some steady growth under his leadership. Mr. Speaker, the three nominees, I believe, constitute what we can properly describe as a solid team to move this country forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Let him now turn to Honorable Reverend Intim Fodio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion that this House adopts the second report of the Appointments Committee, and in so doing to congratulate all the nominees. I have every confidence in their ability to deliver, and they can rest assured on our support. In respect of the nominee for the Agri Ministry, it is our expectation that he will keep true to his commitment, that all the brilliant initiatives that he enumerated to the committee will actually translate to the reduction in food inflation. We are also expecting to see how he is going to not renege on his advocacy when he was very vociferous on the other side of the aisle when he was the ranking for our great committee on the promise that if they were in power, they would have offered the cocoa farmer 6,000 cedis per bag instead of the 3,100 cedis per bag that our previous government offered our farmers. I wish him well in his endeavors. In respect of Honorable Kwame Abuja, he articulated a lot of competence and demonstrated his knowledge and experience in the built environment, and we're hopeful that he will translate those experiences into the new portfolio that he's been appointed to. However, his commitment that even though their government is going to initiate new projects, they will remain true to the continuation of the massive road infrastructure and the road construction project initiated by President Akufo-Addo. We are going to watch closely to see that we are not going to see a cancellation of projects, we are not going to see suspension of road projects, and that those massive roads, which all of us across the length and breadth of this country pass on, will be continued to improve our infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in respect of Honorable Haruna Idrisu, it is my expectation that he will leverage on his expertise and the mark that he made when he previously served as Minister for Communications, even at age 39, subsequently also to the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Employment and Labor Relations, to navigate around the complexities of the Education Ministry. I have every confidence in his ability to succeed. But on page 20 of the report, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we see the nominee acknowledging the monumental policy and the vision of President Akufo-Addo, and noting that free SHS is one of the boldest steps in transforming education. Mr. Speaker, and I read, the nominee acknowledged that free SHS remains one of the boldest steps in transforming education in this country. I'm very excited that we have come to a point where free SHS that is touted as a visionary policy that ensures that a child of a watchman in a big corporation gets the opportunity to sit in the same classroom with a daughter of the CEO, and both have an opportunity for a brighter way of contributing to socio-economic pursuits. But on page 21, when the nominee was asked about his position on curriculum and pedagogy reform, he assured that at all levels of our education system, curriculum and pedagogy will be reformed to meet the aspirations of this country. Point 4, the spelling of pedagogy is not as has been captured. It actually ends with Y, not UE. Pedagogy does not end with UE, it ends with Y. And having noted that correction, we hope to see how Honorable Haruna Idrisu will come to sustain the gains we have made in our education outcomes, to continue the sterling legacies left by Honorable Dr. Yause Duchum and Honorable Matthew Poku Prempeh, to ensure we do not go back 38% as of 2022, the outcome of the National Standardized Test, to a point where minimum 90% of our learners will be able to read. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you too. So it is now the turn of Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akanvaliba. But Lydia, hold on. Give me 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much for indulging me. Minority leadership, the front bench. Very well, Lydia. You may go on now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor of this House, that this House should approve the 3 nominees by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. First of all, we want to thank the President for giving us people with the needed capabilities to take care of the various ministries that they have been appointed to. Starting with my brother, Honorable Kwame Abuja. With his wide range of experience in project management, infrastructure development, I believe that he is good for the job that he has been appointed to do. My only challenge in that sector is the debt of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis awaiting him. But I know that with collaboration with the Minister for Finance, he will be able to scale through to make sure that our roads are worked on. I know that the road from Bolaga to Plumakom is under construction. It has been there for the past 8 years. We were told that they have to readjust the contract. The contract has been readjusted, but the road has not been worked on. Traveling from Bolaga to my constituency would have taken me just 1 hour, but today I need about 2 hours, even more, to get to Timpani constituency. And I believe that with his experience, he's going to do a good job and complete that road for us. It will be difficult for me to talk about my senior brother, Honorable Haruna Druso. It is normal for a woman to say that my mentor is a woman, but for me, my mentor is a man. He acts as a mentor. I like his humility, with the fact that yesterday he was able to mention that he started his education from Kulikuli School. Those from the northern will understand what Kulikuli means. Kulikuli is a food made from granules. From that humble beginning, he has gotten to this level. It is just to tell us, especially the youth, that you can start from anywhere and even get to the place you want to be. Once you are determined, once you want to be where you want to be. The first time I met him was 2021 at Maros Hotel, when he told us on the 5th of January that a tortoise will ride an elephant. And we saw that happen. So I know that at the back of his mind, he can do things much more than we understand that he can do. And I believe that when we give him the nod this evening, he's going to move the educational ministry to a different level. He started politics not today, even from his school days. He became a news president, became the national youth organizer for the party. He has handled so many ministries with a wide range of experience, and that makes it no doubt that Honorable Haruna can do a good job, and this country will see an improvement in our educational infrastructure, the learning and teaching materials, even to a fact that he himself understands what education is. I know that by the end of the 4 years, Ghana Education Service or Ghana, the Minister of Education, will be a different matter as we speak today. Right Honorable Speaker, I can't end without mentioning Honorable Eriko Poku. Yesterday, I liked the way he answered the question, what is he going to do about marginal people in land acquisition? I believe that in the rural constituency like mine, women have challenges in getting land to farm. What they usually do is that when they give the land to the men, a small place under the tree, then they'll say the woman should go and farm her onions, her pepper, or her tomatoes. Right, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that the people that has been appointed to this ministry, the President has done a good job, and I urge this House to this evening approve them. Haruna Adrusu will say approve. We approve them.
Thank you very much, Teresa. It is now the turn of Honorable Fred Asamoah Cherry. Yes, Honorable. Doc.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I hope you are titled Doc, eh? Dr. Yes. Fred Asamoah Cherry.
Yes, please.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the second report for the appointment of the Minister Designate for Education, Roads and Highways, and the Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture. Yes, I would like to start with the Minister for Roads and Highways. And I know the Honorable Minister Abuja is a respectable architect, and I enjoyed his interview. Honorable Minister Designate for Roads and Highways made a statement that it's cheaper to construct asphalt roads as compared to concrete roads. And it's definitely true, because it costs about twice the amount of funds that one needs to construct an asphalted road as compared to concrete roads. But that is for the initial cost. But for the long-term cost, it's cheaper for one to construct the concrete roads because of its durability and longevity. So if the opportunity comes, I want to encourage that we do more of concrete roads, since the long-term wise is going to be cheaper. Then also, he also committed to completing ongoing roads projects. And I believe that the one in my constituency, Offenso North, specifically Afranchua, Kumadai, and Kinkenso, and Kobreso will be completed. Then, of course, I want to move to the Honorable Minister Designate for Education. I have no doubt the Honorable Haruna has the capacity and the ability to deliver under the Ministry of Education. But on page 23, since this house is a house of records, the report is not too clear, and I read, he attributed the previous government's inability to achieve the initiative to expand TVET to 20 or 30. These are nominal figures, and I don't know what kind of description one will give to these figures. But I want to put on record that since independence, the just outgone government is one that has increased infrastructure as far as TVET is concerned, and so much investment has been contributed to TVET in this country. And we have been able to quadruple enrollment in the TVET sector, and it has to be acknowledged as that. And we cannot attribute the fact that we were not able to achieve our initiative to expand TVET to just capping get fund. And of course, everybody knows that the workplace requires that you have about 80% of TVET skills. But if you look at the whole report for the Minister Designate for Education, not much has been attributed to technical and vocational education. And we all believe that one will have to put his money where it's mouth. And I would have expected that at least, if not half of the report under education is committed to TVET, at least a quarter should have done the job. So that should be noted. Notwithstanding, I believe the Honorable Minister Designate, Honorable Haruna, has the capacity to be able to do well under the Ministry of Education. And I also believe that he has a soft spot for technical and vocational education And as such, more funds will be allocated for technical and vocational education, because that's the surest way one can provide and produce the jobs that our youthful nation needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Asamoah. Let's now turn to Honorable Zuara Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion being considered on the floor. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at approving the Appointments Committee report on 3 nominees to 3 respectable ministries of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, my first comment is in respect of the Honorable Kwame Aguja, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Aguja presented himself at the vetting yesterday. We all followed his performance, and Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that Mr. Aguja acquitted himself very well on the portfolio that he's assuming. Mr. Speaker, there is no gainsaying the fact that the road network in this country is one that we cannot write anything about. Everywhere, including in the inner and capital cities of Ghana, we find roads riddled with potholes, roads without lights, roads without shoulder facilities for transport vehicles to stop, roads without a lot of unnecessary speed ramps on highways. I think it's only in Ghana that we have highways with speed ramps. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Aguja gave insights into how he's hoping to help His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama to address the debilitating road situation of this country. We all identify with him, and we are praying by the grace of Allah, he will be able to discharge his mandate as he has so far promised to the people of this country. In saying this, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Honorable Kwame Aguja, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways, that on 5th October 2024, I had the singular honor of traveling with now President John Dramani Mahama to some parts of my constituency in the Klo Abromasi area. His Excellency the President saw it for himself, and indeed he lamented and lamented and lamented the nature of the road. He made a promise to the chiefs and people of Klo that when he wins, and Mr. Speaker, he didn't say if he wins. He said, when I win and I become president of this country, my first priority is to see to working on these roads. I want to share this information with Mr. Aguja even before he sits in his office, that I'm going to come there. I'm going to come there and remind him about the promise the president made to the people of Klo. Spoke about the Abromasi Road, the Kulpi Road, Pandai, Salaga Pandai Road, Salaga Bimbila Road, Tamale to Salaga Road, Makango Road, Bumkwa Road, and Sarkingona roads. And Mr. Speaker, there's a very interesting development, and I thought I heard one of my colleagues allude to that. This phenomenon of new governments coming into power and either cancelling or frustrating existing road contracts must stop. And I say this with particular reference to my constituency, where the just outgone government stopped a road contract that President Mahama had awarded in 2016, and for political expediency, terminated the contract on 20th August 2020. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the contract is at the same stage where it was terminated in 2020. That behavior is not acceptable. And we know that Honorable Kwame Agboja, a very enlightened politician, is not going to go on that route. Mr. Speaker, the second nominee,
and you should begin to wind up,
the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the Honorable Leader, annexing the education portfolio. He gave us assurances at his vetting yesterday that he was going to work very hard to use education to bridge the gap of poverty and vulnerability. All of us know the damage that poverty does to a nation, where people are exploited because they are vulnerable due to the lack of education. We are hopeful that, having experienced Honorable Haruna Idrisu's leadership, we feel very confident that he's going to be able to discharge in this portfolio. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down,
thank you.
Honorable Haruna Idrisu, I'm sure, will take steps to feed us with the right information regarding his sector.
Thank you.
And correct the misinformation.
Thank you so much. It is now the turn of Honorable Yindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also congratulate the three nominees who have been given the opportunity to serve in this ministry. Honorable Kwame Agboja, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister Designate for Education. Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, these are colleagues that I have worked with, especially Honorable Haruna Idrisu, as the majority leader and the minority leader. I know him very well. I don't doubt his ability to perform. I know very well that he will come up with policies that will bring some kind of relief to our educational sector, if any. Mr. Speaker, I want to take you to paragraph 5.1-2. And it has to do with, Mr. Speaker, a question posed to him about the licentiate exams. Mr. Speaker, teaching is a very noble profession. And it's not for nothing that the former government has introduced this policy to differentiate between a professional teacher and non-professional teacher. But when a question was asked about his position, he stated clearly that they were going to look at the system, but eventually they think that that policy should not be maintained. I have a different view, because in this country, almost all professions are practicing with licenses. So if you decide to abolish the teacher licentiate exams,
what will differentiate a professional teacher from a quack teacher? It is so important, Mr. Speaker. We should not just say that because we've gone out there to promise the people that when we get opportunity, we are going to abolish the Lanchester exams. Mr. Speaker, it's for a good reason. I'm not very sure that teachers will be happy that you just box them and there's no difference between a professional teacher and non-professional teacher. It's not a good thing. And I want to urge the minister to look at it very well. That policy is a very good policy. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about Honorable Kwame Agboja, the road minister. He also came out with some policies, especially where he said they are going to introduce the road tolls and they were going to employ the PWCs. Good idea. But Mr. Speaker, I will urge them that these PWCs that they are talking about, we will also follow closely to see the kind of employment they are going to give to these vulnerable individuals. It's a very important point. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate my brother Eric Opoku, but there's one thing I have realized, that when the finance minister was questioned about a proposal they have made to the cocoa farmers, clearly on this floor, they promised them that if they get opportunity, they were going to increase from 3,100 to 6,000. When the Minister of Finance was asked, he invaded that question. The same way when my good friend Eric Opoku was also asked, he also invaded that question. I don't know if they can be bold enough to tell the cocoa farmers that they've deceived them. Because it was clear that you promised them that when you get opportunity, you were going to move from 3,100 to 6,000. What is it that is holding you? My brother Mama Ayerga just told us how you have started fulfilling your promises. We expect you to fulfill this particular promise. Else, just be bold enough and let the cocoa farmers know that, unfortunately, you have come for their votes, but unfortunately, you are not able to give them what you have told them. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House to approve these nominees and give them the opportunity to come out with their policies. We, from this side, like we rightly said, we are prepared to support you. Come out with the best, and we'll support you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I am going to take my last batch of contributors, but there's no way I can overlook my own uncle.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to the debate to approve or adopt the second report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency President Mohammed's nominations for appointment as ministers. Mr. Speaker, we have before us 3 of our colleagues who have been nominated by President Mahama. And these colleagues, first and foremost, qualify to be ministers of state by virtue of the fact that they are members of parliament. That's what the Constitution requires of ministers of state. I'll begin with Honorable Agboja. This country is looking for very credible persons to lead ministries in order that they will perform for the benefit of Ghana. And Kwame Agboja, having observed him in this house as a backbencher, rising to become the minority chief whip, has distinguished himself creditably. And I believe It is as a result of his performance that he caught the admiration of President Mahama and therefore nominated him as the Minister for Roads and Highways. I have a very firm conviction that Kwame Agboja will perform in this sector. Under his administration, members will be happy. Members from both sides will see massive road improvement in your constituencies. This is a very hard-working member of the House, and he has Parliament at heart. And having worked as a whip who was responsible for the welfare of members of Parliament, carrying this sentiment into the ministry, certainly members will benefit from his appointment. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Mr. Speaker, a distinguished member of the House, affectionately called by some members Lido leader, and some approved. Is a very hard-working young man. Mr. Speaker, this young man worked to me in the year 2004 in my house when NDC had lost elections. Then a very young person came and disclosed to me his intentions to contest the Tamale South constituency to become a member of Parliament. I had a pickup, I remember, and he requested for my pickup to travel to Tamale to announce to his constituency his intention to contest the elections in 2004. I could see victory in his face, and he's full of wisdom, knowledge, and very hard working. So I supported him to go. I am happy today. I feel so fulfilled that today, at this age in Parliament, I have somebody that I supported to rise, becoming the Minister for Education. I have no doubt in my mind that Honorable Haruna Idrisu will perform. Under him, we will see improvement in quality, in the quality of education in Ghana, and also massive improvement in educational infrastructure in the country. I wish him well. For Honorable Eric Opoku, for those of you who don't know, I taught him in the secondary school. And I have my senior high school.
You taught him as people teacher?
As a teacher. And I have my secondary technical school then. And when he completed university, I was the chairman of the NDC in the Ebron region. And he disclosed to me his intention to contest elections. I supported him to contest the Sunafo South constituency. And by the grace of Allah, he won that elections, came to Parliament, lived with me for 1 year in my house. And at the time, I used to go on radio for radio programs, television programs, and he would carry my books, my references. He has learned. And today, if you watch Honorable Eric Opoku, if you listen to Honorable Eric Opoku espousing on agriculture, you will fall in love with this young man. He's a very good debater. He had debated very well on this floor to the admiration of many people, including Honorable Afenyo Markins, who describes him as a very knowledgeable person and very meticulous when it comes to facts. I'm happy you have said it is true. I have no doubt in my mind that those of us who are cocoa farmers, in addition to our political career, will benefit a lot from his knowledge and his performance. I wish to call on all members to support the adoption of this report in order that these young men will start work today. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now we will take Honorable Asenso Boache. Comfort, I'll give you 2 minutes, but let me listen to Honorable Asenso Boache, the immediate past Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes, Honorable,
Thank
you have
you very
the floor,
much.
but you work around 5 minutes for us.
Honorable Speaker, I rise in support of the approval of the 3 nominees before us, most especially the Honorable nominee, Ministerial nominee for Roads and Highways, Honorable Kwame Abuja. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kwame Abuja and I have known each other for many years. In fact, we were contemporaries at the University of Science and Technology. While he studied architecture, I studied urban planning and development at the same faculty of architecture and planning. And we also stayed in the same hall of residence, Independence Hall of KNUST. In fact, when he was the vice chair of the JCR of Independence Hall, I was also the faculty student president of the Faculty of Planning and Architecture. So I've known him quite well. And since he took the leadership position in politics, he has been a foremost spokesperson for the then opposition in the infrastructure space. I believe that he's competent for the job, first of all, because he's a development professional and he brings a lot of expertise to his work. He's also been involved in construction management, which means that he has an experience in construction, which is the major aspect of road development in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I was not in the country, so I didn't have the chance to participate in his vetting. But he made some important points that I agreed with him. First of all, regarding the uncapping of the road fund. It's important that the funds that we get for road funds is ring-fenced and be given to the Ministry of Roads and Highways to especially undertake the primary assignment it's supposed to do, that is road maintenance. So I agree with him on that. He also said that he will continue with ongoing projects. That is very important, and I commend him for that. And I think it's important that you put on record that the MPP administration also continued all ongoing road projects when it assumed office. He said that he will make sure that he will only implement projects that are budgeted for. Mr. Speaker, that is ideal. That is what's supposed to be done. And I wish him well on that. In fact, I wish him good luck on that. But he is coming into the space as an opposition MP, not that experienced enough in terms of ministerial responsibility, unlike the case of Honorable Haruna Idusu and Honorable Eric Opoku. And he will realize that when you're on the seat, it's a completely different ballgame. So I wish him well, but if he's able to do that, it will help. He also talked about electronic tolling. It's one area that I want to talk about in the next phase. That's the areas that I do not agree with Honorable Kwame Abuja during his vetting hearing. One, Honorable Abuja engaged himself in what I'll call political optimism, misrepresentation of facts regarding the number of roads that the Akufo-Addo administration constructed during its 8 years of service. In fact, Honorable Abuja is someone who has been passionate about criticizing the past administration regarding the number of roads that the Akufo-Addo administration constructed. Let me put on record, Honorable Speaker, that as at the end of December, per what is stated in the transition report, the Akufo-Addo government had constructed 13,624 kilometers of road, as against 4,630 kilometers of road by the previous government in 8 years. But during the vetting, Honorable Abuja just paid one component of the road construction, which is the construction of new roads, which is 673 kilometers, construction of new roads, to represent the total number of roads that the Akufo-Addo administration had constructed. And I thought this is misleading representation of facts, and it did not help in having accurate and good debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, out of the 13,624 roads constructed under the Akufo-Addo administration, asphalt overlay alone is 1,955 kilometers. You can all bear witness to asphalt overlay projects that went on in the country, in Accra, in Kumasi, in Sunyani, in Takrade. Those are not new roads. Those are already existing roads that we put asphalt overlay to improve riding quality. We also constructed 35 bridges across the country. It's also part of the Akufo-Addo record of 13,624. Graveling and regraveling alone was about over 6,000 kilometers. Many of us are MPs from rural communities, and we know the importance of graveling in connecting people and bringing people together in these rural communities. So those are very important parts of the road construction projects that were done under Nana Akufo-Addo administration. Mr. Speaker, reconstruction and upgrading of roads constituted 1,665 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, today, if you are reporting on construction of new roads, you will not talk about reconstruction and upgrading. Let me give you one example. Currently, the past government initiated the construction of Fanko in Sawom Road. That's about over 20 kilometers of road. That is an existing road, but it will not be, it's classified under upgrading and rehabilitation. So it will not be counted under new roads, but it's a major construction project with major funding. Today, there's Tema motorway reconstruction and upgrading. That is going to provide a facelift regarding the transportation network between the harbor city and the capital city. This will not be classified under new roads, but it's a major construction project that we know. And Honorable Abuja is somebody who is very experienced in this, he's a technical person, and he knows this. So I was very disappointed when he used just new roads to represent the total number of roads constructed under Nana Akufo-Addo.
Honorable Minister, I think you have the opportunity to give us a lot of information regarding to the ministry. So, but for now, I think you've given us enough.
Yeah, so, but it was important that I put that.
No, that is why I've indulged him. I mean, all of the people who have contributed, I gave them 5 minutes, but because I was interested in the formation.
But Honorable Speaker, this notwithstanding, I believe that Honorable Abuja is competent and has the capacity to manage the very important Ministry of Roads and Highways. And I recommend that he's approved so that he can go and deliver and produce results. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable Asenso Boache. I'll give you 2 minutes. Honorable Comfordoyo, 2 minutes. Honorable Comfordoyo, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion moved by the Appointment Committee Chairman, the First Deputy Speaker, to Mr. Speaker, to approve the nominees appointed by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Honorable Kwame Agboja, that's my immediate boss. He has done all that he needed in this chamber, and that qualifies him more than what we are thinking to occupy. Very marvelous. And I know he's going to deliver to the satisfaction of Ghanaians. And when it comes to Eric Opoku, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the lineup, then you will realize that we really have the men. If you look at the lineup, the first lineup of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, then you can know where the research is going to start from, because these are the men that have been in this chamber for years. And being in this chamber for just 1 year is even more than enough. Because this is where, from archaeology to zoology, passes through. And they have learned a lot from here, apart from what they were taught in school. And that qualifies them to go and work in those ministries. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is not in a hurry. He is not in a hurry at all to crash this nation, because 21st February 2017, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo came to this chamber and told us how he's in a hurry. And he ended up crashing the whole nation. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo didn't start his free SHS immediately. Mr. Speaker, we didn't interrupt anybody. We didn't interrupt anybody when they were speaking.
Okay. Honorable, I'll give you the opportunity, so let me finish.
Mr. Speaker, His Excellency former President Nana Akufo-Addo didn't start the free SHS in January. He started the free SHS in September 2017. So therefore, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in January cannot give any approval whilst his ministers have not been approved, because budget is yet to be presented in this chamber and ministers are yet to take position. Mr. Speaker, if His Excellency John Dramani Mahama cannot refer a letter to a cabinet session of his Staff House, how can he refer to students who are yet to even resume. Some of them are yet to resume. And he has not even taken full charge. He's yet to take full charge. How can we say he should go and then speak about those who are now entering the university? He has promised and he will fulfill the promise. With Haruna Idrisu in the seat, we know he is going to deliver when it comes to education. They are going to restructure the free SHS and make it attractive for every Ghanaian student to attend. Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Corinne Dada said, he mentored him. I love people who mentored people. And today, he has reached where he is. His first constituency was Gupegu Sabonjida. He did everything he could as a young man, and he has reached this level. Mr. Speaker, I know he's going to deliver. Honorable Kwame Agboja is going to fulfill the promise of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Contracts that were abrogated during 2017, all contractors will be moved to site to go and complete those jobs that were left for the good 8 years. From Kase to Adam for good 8 years. Contractor was being investigated, so now it's still the same, and nobody has touched that road. Mr. Speaker, we have not seen a bitumen for the old 8 years in Ada, and the cocoa rows that were abrogated that affected the farmers, and they couldn't bring their farm product from the farms to the market, and that has escalated the prices of the farm product. My brother Agboja is going to work on them, and we will see the massive improvement in this government. Mr. Speaker, please let me speak about Eric Opoku, because he is going to perform the magic when it comes to agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the men, and they are going to deliver, and they are going to make sure we move Ghana to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable Agnes, will you say something?
Mr. Speaker, I thought that the language that was used by my sister, that Nana Akufo-Addo had crushed the nation, was too high. And I didn't want him to continue on that tangent. Let us be decorous and use a decent language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senior Member. Yes.
Speaker, I rise certainly to speak in support of the motion. And let me start off by saying that all three nominees performed fairly well. I listened to them in detail. Honorable Kwame Agboja, my good friend. And Speaker, let me not belabor the point. The former sector minister has dealt with a number of inaccuracies that were put out. So I wouldn't spend too much time on that. Speaker, the three of them sounded very ambitious, which is very good. We, on this side of the House, will be watching. We will be watching. If indeed a review of the free SHS is not cancellation, time will prove. If a review of the free SHS is not cancellation, time will tell. There is a huge expectation out there. And you have said that all the good works of the new patriotic party led by His Excellency Akufo-Addo will crush the nation. We hear you. We are just wishing you well. Speaker, in broader context, Kwame Agboja, who has displayed a lot of professional competence in the area of architecture, tried to answer most of the questions. However, a matter on the 10 billion infrastructure fund, a fund that you are promising $10 billion to support infrastructure. And mind you, infrastructure goes beyond roads, all manner of infrastructure. And you are the same people who are saying that you are going to reduce taxes. And you are the same people who are going to say that cost of living is going to go down. And you are the same people saying that the cost of kenke is going to go down. And the size of kenke will increase. Speaker, last week I was at Osu, a very popular joint where they sell good kenke. I went there to ask for the price of kenke. What time do you want me to ask it? Speaker, and the price of kenke is actually going up. The ex-pump price of petrol and diesel is also going up. Well, we'll give you time. We'll give you time to form your government, and I know time will reveal your true colors. Time, it will reveal your true colors. Indeed, what you should be doing, the Honorable Agboja, what the Honorable Agboja should be doing is how he will get the balancing right. You have access to $10 billion. And you are saying that all the roads we started, you are going to complete them. And you are even going to add more to the roads we constructed. Is that not the case? We'll be watching. Now, usual of him also showed dexterity and understanding of the industry, and that you cannot take away from the Honorable Eric Opoku. But, Speaker, they are talking big. Our colleagues are talking very big. The Honorable Opoku says he is going to ensure that agribusiness takes a good height. He's going to ensure that cocoa farmers are paid well. He's going to ensure that they are not just going to be paid well, we are also going to increase productivity. And he's also going to ensure that they stop the cocoa smuggling. It is possible. Well, the current global narrative when it comes to agriculture, three things very critical: smart agriculture, sustainability, and storage. I have scanned through your manifesto. Conspicuously missing is something on storage. There is no mention of storage. So how are you going to increase productivity and also ensure bumper harvest and availability of food? Not too long ago, the former Minister for Agric, he worked so hard that we have bumper harvest and we had a lot of food stuff in Agric. We had a lot of food stuff in Accra.
Yes, why?
There were a lot of... Speaker, during the bumper harvest, I traveled from Insawam to Accra to get some plantain for domestic use. Then I saw a number of my colleagues on this side with their cars parked, waiting to buy plantain and other food stuff. And today they are saying that they will not recognize the good work of the new Patriotic Party. I only pray and wish you well. I'm only praying and wishing you well. The Honorable Kwame Agboja, who is promising to do all the roads, I hope our approach will not be partisan. It is not going to be partisan. We are going to put on the cap of patriotism, look at the real needs of our country,
especially in the hinter areas where foodstuffs are produced. We want to see more asphalt roads, not just in Accra, in other parts of the country where roads are linking production centers for agriculture. Speaker, the linkage between roads and food supply and reduction in the cost of food is so clear. It's so clear. And we are only bidding our time. Climate change, which has become a very topical matter, is haunting us. Dr. Rikopoku, with all his knowledge, could not situate the concerns about climate change and what solutions the NDC is going to profess in dealing with this matter, reducing the sustainability of food productivity, and also ensure that there is abundance of food. If for nothing at all, at the Greek sector, under the new patriotic party, we had a lot of food. A lot of them were made available at the ministry, and people were traveling all over the country to come to the ministry and buy food. They traveled from all over the place, came to the ministry to buy food stuff. Please, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking in support of the motion, but these are important lessons that we want to nudge and draw our colleagues' attention to. Please, you have 4 years to perform. You have just 4 years to perform. I'm praying that Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Kwame Agboja, and Honorable Erikopoku will live up to the billing. When they succeed, the country succeeds. We pray that they will live up to the billing, they will deliver on the deliverables, and very soon the price of kenke will indeed come down. And also the size of kenke would increase. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want to support the motion and to support the adoption of the report. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
Mr. Speaker, I have seen my respected colleague, the first Deputy Speaker and Chair of the Appointment Committee. I would hold on to what I would want to say. I will plead with you to hold on a moment. I would want to engage him privately, as is always the practice. Then, soon thereafter, if I have some comments, I would make on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I would want you to indulge us. I want to engage him.
Leader, can you keep your discussion outside whilst we go on? Other than the house will be kept in abeyance.
Mr. Speaker, my humble suggestion is that, looking at the numbers in the chamber, we do not have what it takes to carry the motion. That is why I wanted to have some engagement. But we've closed the debate. We are done with the debate. We would have to perhaps do some further engagement and know the direction we are going. But as it is, if you look at the numbers in the chamber, we don't have. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear on what it takes to take decisions. And I would want to strongly make the appeal to you that looking at the numbers in the chamber, we don't have what it takes to take a decision on the 3 nominees. So we now would have to put the issue of putting a question on ice so that we see to it that things are done right. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, I will engage the First Deputy Speaker in chair outside of the chamber so that we come back to have further discussion. Well, if you say no, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I have pointed out the law to you. If my colleagues in the majority are of the view that in this chamber now, it is right to put the question, you can go ahead. But at least I've told Mr. Speaker what it is.
Leader, well noted. If you want to raise the column, then come appropriately. Then we move it from there.
There are ways to solve a problem. I have spoken enough and I've drawn attention to this matter. There are ways to solve a problem. So I've drawn the attention.
So yes, Honorable Buama.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you look around, we don't want a situation where a decision is taken and is challenged. It will not be in the interest of the House. Let the chair of the Appointments Committee who moved the motion and the ranking member confer. The rules permit you to even suspend the House so that the majority can do the needful. I beg of you. That is another way. Otherwise, there are decisions and constitutional provisions as to the number that can take a decision. And we know.
Honorable Member, I share your view, but what I'm saying is, then you invoke the right constitutional provision. If we have to ring the bell and see whether members are in their rooms, they can come. Other than that, then we go ahead and adjourn the House.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm begging of you to at least suspend the House for 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. I'm sure we'll find a way around it.
Yes, Honorable Susu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of practice, I believe that when debates are over, what is required by our standing orders is that you put the question. When someone seeks to challenge the voice vote after you put the question, the person may call for division, the bell is rung, and we give ourselves time to have our members in here. Mr. Speaker, I think this practice of asking the House to suspend just because someone has done an observation and is of the view that we don't have the number, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is borne out of the procedure of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully pray that you put the question so we move forward.
Yeah. Honorable members. Honorable members. Yes. Honorable members, kindly indulge me to suspend the House for 15 minutes.
No, we are waiting. We are not going.
We have the numbers. It's not. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the mood of the House, Mr. Speaker, is that the question be put. That's the mood of the House. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Dafiamapo.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dafiamapo, hold on. I was about to put the question, but I get the inclination that we didn't have the numbers. And honorable members, will you listen to me? I got the inclination that we didn't have the numbers. And well, honorable, yes. Honorable member, hold on. We will.
Mr. Speaker, our duty is to assist you in ensuring the peace of this House. Have the commitment of the minority in this important endeavor. I did indicate that I was going to engage my respected colleague, the chair of the appointment committee. And thus far, the indication I have is assuring. I therefore have no hesitation in suggesting to the chair to proceed as had earlier been indicated. Thank you.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all those in favor that motion listed 13 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has adopted His Excellency the President's nomination of Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja as Minister Designate for Ministry of Roads and Highways. Honorable Haruna Idrisu as Minister Designate for Ministry of Education. And Honorable Eric Opoku as Minister Designate for Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I would like to extend a word of congratulations to our colleagues. I think the three nominees or minister designates are all members of the House. We believe they will make us proud in their ministry that they are going to head. Leadership. Leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands because we have exhausted the day and we need to go and rest for tomorrow.
Yes. Honorable members, before we bring the curtains down, kindly allow me some space to express a word of gratitude to the leadership and to you, honorable members of the House, for unanimously and graciously accepting and endorsing my nomination to serve this honorable House once again as the second Deputy Speaker. I'm very thankful and very appreciative of the honor you have done me. Honorable members, let me pledge to this House, and by extension the whole nation, that I will be diligent, I will be unbiased, I will be impartial, I will be fair, and most especially, I will go by the rules of the House. For which rules we know are underpinned by the 1992 Constitution and our own standing orders. And I will do that in all my engagement as Deputy Speaker, most especially when I am presiding over the House. I thank you, and I thank the good people of Fomena who brought me here. And I thank my family who have supported me throughout my political journey. And I want to mention my wife's name, Mrs. Grace Osi Asensiama. For supporting me throughout my political journey. Honorable members, on that note, I would like to thank you once again for the honor you have done me. And out, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 12 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.